Hey! In this video we will learn where visual effects are created. What are particle system, Niagara system, and Niagara emitter? Let's talk about what makes visual effects. They are created in the particle system. They are quite different. In our case, it will be Niagara, the newest particle system used in Unreal Engine, because before that there was Cascade. Unity also has its own particle systems, and they are usually based on an emitter. Emitter is a generator of particles. Particles are our animated objects. We use our materials or 3D objects, and we can assign them various attributes. For example, speed, color, transparency. Increase their size over time. Control various attributes of these particles. To begin with, I will show how an emitter is created. Let's go to the folder. Niagara folder, and click with the right button. We usually use the Niagara system the most. First, we will deal with the Niagara emitter. We have the Visual Effects tab, and there is the Niagara system, the Niagara emitter. Let's start with the Niagara emitter. And here we have many different templates already created by emitters. And let's choose one of them. Here is a fountain, very often used as a basis for further creating effects. Click Create. And let's give it a proper name, NE. The name is like that because it is Niagara system. And we name it. Click twice to open. And after we clicked, a window like this opens. This is our particle system editor. On the left you can see our viewport, a view of the particle system as it is displayed. Below we have a timeline. We can stop it. And here we have an emitter. When we click, we see various settings. And let's talk about what an emitter is. If we want to move the emitter to a level, it does not allow us. Why does this happen? Because the emitter cannot be as an independent object. It needs some kind of container that will display it. And in our case, this container is Niagara system. Click here Niagara system. It gives us a choice. Niagara system, it simply acts as a container that can store emitters. Usually this Niagara emitter, it is a single emitter. This is just such a template which is further used in the Niagara system. Niagara system can store more than one emitter. When creating effects, we usually create not one emitter, but several. For example, we can select the emitter we created, name it, or choose from existing ones. We can choose a fountain again, name it. Here we see that the emitter has also appeared. We also added a block of our particle system. The system also allows us to manage various parameters afterwards. We will create some more complex effects in the future. If we want to move our particle system up a level, we can do that. Move our system again. We can see the result. Our emitter is used here. And here it is a container. It can be a full-fledged object that stores our emitters and is displayed on the level. Let's talk about what emitter is. The main feature of Niagara is that Niagara is a module. These are all blocks. You can manipulate them, you can turn them off, add them, change their priorities. This is the main property. Each module acts as an object that manages attributes. For example, you can control the speed. Let's get into the presentation. Here you can see what Niagara emitter, Niagara system is, and here also Niagara emitter and Niagara system. We will usually in 99 cases only use the Niagara system for our effects. Niagara emitter is just like a template. If you will, for example, create very often emitters that will be used often, then it will be like a template. Of course, we use ready-made templates, and based on them, we add and expand our particle system. At the heart of Niagara is their modularity. Each module does a certain action. For example, there is such an emitter at the base. Here there are very few modules of various types. Or, for example, such an emitter, which has many more diverse modules that control various parameters. They look completely different because they have a different number of modules. Each module, it changes certain attributes of our particle. For example, in this case, it sets the location, speed, scaling, or size of the particle. Gravity color. Each module changes attributes, controls our particle. Before we go into more detail about the modules, let's talk about the emitter categories. Usually divided into 4 categories, but I will divide them into 5. Emitter spawn is often overlooked, but I will include it. And let's talk about how this modularity, categories, and how they are processed. Basically, we have an emitter that generates particles. We see all these modules, categories. Their start goes from top to bottom. They start working from top to bottom. First comes the emitter, then comes our particle system, and the render at the end. Emitter spawn is the attribute of the emitter when it is spawned. When we create our emitter, we need to set some specific attributes. Emitter spawn usually has very few attributes. We will use it in specific things. Therefore, let's move on to the emitter update. Is the emitter attribute when it is updated? The emitter is always updated. And we can use this emitter update to set some of its relevant attributes. For example, how many particles do we want to generate? Or how long we want our emitter to exist. For example, it can create 2 seconds of particles and then shut down. After our emitter creates particles, we have control over our respective particles. And here we can set in particle spawn when our particle is generated. When it is just created, we set various attributes during its creation, such as the lifetime, how long we want the particle to exist, its size, its color, its spin angle, its initial velocity, and things like that. We manipulate the particle with various attributes during its creation. The next block is particle update. This is the category when our particle is updated. It starts its life and starts updating. We can, for example, change its color and size over time. For example, at first it appeared with one size, and gradually it will decrease or increase. For example, it was created in blue color, and we can gradually change the color to yellow. We also control the collision, the force of gravity. various forces that act on a particle. We control its speed and things like that. And the last block, we are rendering, displaying the particle. And the particle is different. We can generate both 3D objects and 2D. They are called sprites. Now we will deal with them in more detail. In this block, we can control our material or 3D object. This is where we control the display of our particle, what it will look like, and what type of particle it will be. We see different particles. In this case, it is a sprite. A sprite is 2D. It is a particle that is always directed in the direction of our camera. Later, we will analyze them in more detail. Next, we have 3D objects. 3D objects appear here. These are cylinders that we have already seen in previous lessons. Their size gradually changes. Next, we have a ribbon. We will analyze it all in the future. They are called trails or ribbon. And beam. This is such a tape where the starting and ending points are set. Here the materials are different. With the help of materials, we control their appearance. You can create, in addition to all this, other more experienced types of rendering. These are the most basic ones that are used very often. Go to Unreal Engine. This is how you can pause, for example, to see how it looks. Here we have our categories. When we click on each of the categories, we see its settings on the right. If we click on the Update category, all the settings of our modules are displayed here. You can click on a module separately. Each module has its own settings, because each module performs its function. All modules can be disabled, such as this one, He rules the generation. If I turn it off, no particles will be generated at all because the emitter generates particles, but I turned it off. You can turn them off or add them with a plus sign. Each category has its own specific modules. Don't be scared by their number. You don't need all of them. Each category has its own specific modules. They can be turned off or, for example, deleted. It's our speed, they just fall. Can be added again. For example, to change the order. Everything goes from top to bottom. If, for example, first it is initialized, and then speed is already added to it. For example, if I change the speed and then the initialization, we see no speed. You can change the order of execution. Disable, add, change the order of these modules. In the future, we will already consider the modules. We'll see how they work in more detail. And that's all. Thanks for viewing. See you in the next videos. Bye-bye. Greetings. In this video, we will consider which main modules are used when creating visual effects. We will also take a closer look at the visual effects editor, Niagara system. And let's figure out what sprite render is. Driven away. First, let's create our particle system. Niagara system. Let's choose some initial emitter. Let's choose a fountain as the initial one and name it. And here is the window with the particle system editor. On the left, we can see the result. There are also different modes here. Mode with and without backlight, wireframe. You can turn off real-time updates, all the usual settings we have in our level. There is a caveat here. Here you can find where our effect is located. In this way, we can take a screenshot. We will consider this later, when you work with optimization, but that's enough for us for now. Also user parameters, that's all later. And in the center there is an editor. Everything can be moved here. As well as material nodes. If we use F2, we can rename the emitter. You can give some other name. The point is the settings. There is a timeline below. Timeline is a timeline. You can see how many seconds have passed. Here there are various parameters to turn this timeline as we want. Here we see the name emitter. Emitters can be more than one. For example, let's have one. Emitters can be turned off. There is a check mark. You can turn it off. You can conveniently switch between emitters, for example. Press the right button, and there is isolated. This is when we only leave one emitter. All others are not turned off. They are hidden. For example, you can download isolated twice and turn it on. It is convenient when we will have many emitters, and we can switch between them to see one or more. Here you can also turn them on and off. And we do not need these parameters. This is the setting of the timeline itself. Here it shows that everything went well. All this is also not necessary. Let's delete it for now. Highlight it and press delete. It is deleted. Basic interface. We have different categories here. If we click on a category, we will see the configuration of our modules. If I click on Particle Spawn, it will show module settings. If we need to open all settings of this category at once, click here if we need something specific, for example, shape location. And we see the settings of only one module that we need. Let's talk about sprite render. I will remove some modules. We will consider them later. I will turn them off. Sprite render has a material, we can cast the material. And according to the standard, there is such a material. What is the meaning of pre-render? This is a 2D image. No matter where we look, it is always directed in our direction. If I enable wireframe to look at these objects, these are ordinary squares. No matter which way I look, I always see them. I will reduce their number to make it a little better. They always look into the camera. They are always visible from any side. Here in Sprite Render, we will not analyze all these parameters. We will analyze them in the future. Let's assign some material. Select and then click here. Let's change the texture. For example, let's flare. Plane is a square. This texture will be displayed here. These are our flares. They also come back. Because here the mode is turned on so that they randomly return. They return randomly. You can turn it off. And they will always be returned to the cell. Facing us. This is a feature of Sprite Render. It's a 2D image and is actually just a plane. Let's go to Blender. You have already seen this. UV coordinates are ordinary, flat without anything. It is a regular square, no matter how we change the texture. It is flat, and it displays the texture as it is. Let's take this trail and see. That's what Sprite Render is, and it is always directed in our direction. You can change the texture. The UV coordinates here are normal. This is a normal square, which is simply always directed to the camera. I will turn it off and remove this emitter. I press the right button. And you can add either an empty emitter or from existing additions. These templates are ready. I will add the same fountain again. Let's go to the categories. Let's go to the categories. Let's go to the categories. And the first category I wanted to consider is our emitter update. There is also emitter spawn. It was the first, it is usually skipped. For some specific things we will use it. It is usually not used. Emitter update is usually used when creating a particle system. I'll put it on pause. Here is the emitter update. During the update of emitters, it performs the role of a generator of particles. This module is essential, nothing will happen without it. There is a parameter responsible for the time, how long the emitter will exist. It can be tied to the system if we go to the system settings. Here there is a parameter for the time of existence of the emitter. It is infinite. It will be 5 seconds and it is always infinite. Or once. For example, if I turn it on, you see the result. Usually we choose the system at infinity, and we don't want the emitter to be tied to the system. There are different such modes where we need to activate and deactivate the system and it automatically looks at the emitter. When the emitter ceases to exist. Then automatically the system, it automatically turns off. Usually we do not attach to the system, but to ourselves. This emitter now lives as he wants. It is not tied to the system always lives. It is according to the infinite standard, I can change it. And what's the point? Is spawn rate, it's the second module that runs after that because this is the main one. And how do we move spawn rate to the beginning? It tells us that there is a dependent module. This module is the main one. It indicates how long the emitter will live. Emitter spawns particles. Spawn rate is how many particles we want to spawn per second. 90 particles per second. If I now change, for example, 1 particle per second, then count. See the result if I increase the number of particles per second increases. You can bet 5,000, we see a lot of them now. Let's put 50 particles per second. Here is inactive when we need to turn off the emitter, and let's set it by default. The emitter depends on the particles. When the particles are all done, when everything is finished, then it will turn itself off. Then there is loop behavior, there is infinite, once, and multiple. In this case, infinite, it will be an infinite repetition. Duration is the time of existence. It exists for 2 seconds and then repeats itself again. Here is the timeline. I will increase it a little. It starts from 0, it begins to exist from 0 second. And there are 2 seconds. This green scale shows how long it exists. And after that, infinitely, it will always repeat itself. That's why he seems to live forever. And these particles, they always repeat. Therefore, it always exists endlessly. If you look at the level, it will never turn off. It will always repeat itself and generate particles. If, for example, I increase the duration, then in principle nothing will change because it generates particles. But what happens if I change it to this option? It is executed only once. Now it does not repeat itself endlessly. Now it repeats once, 5 seconds, and that's it, on the timeline. You can see the time of existence of particles in seconds. He existed for 1 second, created particles, and everything. He turned off. It no longer generates particles. A second passed and it will not generate anything more. I will turn it on here. Second, everything turned off, nothing will happen. Here you can change the time of particle generation. 5 seconds or 255 seconds. Let's put 3 seconds. Directional loop, if we set it to infinity, will always lose particles. It is very similar to what was before it. It is lost once, but it has no end. It is always infinite. It's a pretty similar mode, but it's a little different. In the future we will see why. It's hard to understand now. Let's go to multiple. Let's put 1 second at a time. But there is a peculiarity here. Loop count is how many times we want to repeat. Give it 3 times, 1 second each. There is also such an interesting thing called loop delay. And here we can set the delay time. Loop delay is a delay before the emitter is executed. Let me delay. I will set a 1 second delay. Silk is executed, waits 1 second, running again. You can set as many of these repetitions as you want, for example 25 times. 1 second at a time, and do another second between breaks. And delay first loop only. This is only for the first loop. Our timer starts, then he waits a second. A second passed and started to lose. Only on the first play, not on every play. It can be useful. For example, when we need to wait before executing the emitter. There can be several emitters. For example, there is an emitter that will lose immediately. It will lose 0.5 seconds. But let's make it a little different. This one will fall immediately. It will be executed. Let's put once. It will be executed for 1 second. You see a delay on the timeline. And the second one began to be thrown out. Delay is a delay before execution. These were the main parameters with the existence of the emitter. You can manage it. You can set the delay, how long you want it to last, whether it should be infinite or whether it should play once. For example, it was spawn rate. This is when particles constantly appear. Every second, but there are other types of spawn. Is a spawn burst. What's the difference? Spawn burst, it once generates the number of particles that we specify. For example, 25. As soon as the emitter starts playing, then 25 particles are generated at the start and that's it. Nothing else is generated. 25 clearings are generated immediately at the start. You can choose the period of time during which the particles will be generated. You can create several modules. Another spawn burst. The first one will, for example, create 5 particles at the very beginning. Five particles are generated at the very beginning, and 25 more are generated here, 1 second after creating our emitter. For example, you can enable spawn rate, which will generate 5 particles per second. And it will constantly create particles. 5 particles are spawned, and the loop duration is 1 second. It repeats itself endlessly. Every 5 seconds it will emit 5 particles. But if we want, for example, every half a second, then we set the loop duration to 0.5. And it will repeat itself every half a second. It repeats itself and it will generate 5 particles each. Or, for example, 25, as much as we want. For example, we want once and for him to do it once, and no longer created particles. He did it once, spawned 25 particles at the very beginning, and doesn't do it anymore. Here is reset to restart. To restart the particle system, we press space. When we press space, it starts from the beginning. What is scalability mode? We don't need it yet. This is for optimization, until we need it. Every half second it will spawn particles, the latest spawn type. This is spawn per unit. I installed it and nothing happens. Let me change it to infinite. We can see spawn per unit only when we move the emitter in space. For example, we can connect a system of particles to a hero. Imagine that it is moving. Depending on its movement, particles are generated. Stops, nothing is produced. We set the spawn spacing. The distance should be, for example, if I put 500 now. Every 500 units of distance will spawn a particle. If I set the value very small, this will be the result. I will put 200. Will spawn every 200 centimeters. You can experiment with it. Wherever we go, or up or down or left or right, it generates particles. Max movement threshold is when the character will move very fast. Then it will not spawn particles. If I move slowly, there will be particles. But if I move quickly, it is necessary to reduce the number a little. When the speed value exceeds certain limits, the particles stop spawning. If we wanted to create particles regardless of the speed, we need to set very large values, because there are sometimes problems with this. Whatever the speed, the particles will be spawn. Remember that the order of execution goes from top to bottom. The upper modules are executed first. Then we move down. After the particle spawns, the settings of the particle itself begin. We go to the emitter spawn category, presentation again. Here we have attributes and particles during creation. Attribute initialization, lifetime, size, color, rotation angle, and initial velocity. These are attributes that are performed when creating a particle. We will gradually review these things. Next, we have initialize particle. Delete spawn per unit, collect this, and give spawn rate. We will spawn 5 particles. One particle per second. To create a particle, the main module will be initialize particle. We initialize our particle. Let me better create another module. I will create an empty module. There is nothing superfluous. Switch to self. Nothing is generated here. Without burst, we have no spawn. I will add burst. One particle is created when the emitter is initialized. Here we see the settings. Lifetime mode. This is how long our particle will live before it disappears. Direct set it exists in this case for 5 seconds. And disappears. Now 1 second and it always repeats itself. 1 second and that's it. One second passed, it disappeared. We specify how long this particle should exist. There is also a direct set and random module, usually when creating particles, especially when there will be a lot of them. Some variability is needed. Let's take the spawn rate. Set the parameters, let it spawn 5 particles. Let's add a little randomness to them. Some particle lives longer, some less. The minimum and maximum value is selected. Each time a particle is spawned, the corresponding value is selected. It is chosen randomly. In the interval from 0 to 2. This is what random mode does for us. If direct said they will exist, for example for 5 seconds. One second. Then we have color mode. Here you can set the color. It restarts automatically. You can choose the minimum and maximum color values. Blue and, for example, pink. I will make there are many of them. The color is chosen randomly in the range of colors that we specified. They choose a random color. There is one feature, so that the color can change. I'll open the standard material that is used by the Epic Games team when we create an emitter. And here we see such an interesting node called particle color. It takes this data from our particle system and transmits its material. If it is not there, I will show it as an example. I will create some material. I will not name him. For the demonstration, we will have it without backlight, transparent. Let me add some texture. This is what it looks like. And if I take this material and bring it to Niagara, the color here is selected, but the color does not change. Because there is no node that affects the color. And we need it when we create material. And we are already multiplying RGB, our color. There's also alpha, that's our transparency. We can also manage transparency in Niagara. And we also multiply transparency to transfer it to transparency accordingly. Its color and its transparency. A glow material was created that uses particle color. I've modified flame here, the material we've created before. Also added particle color. You can see the difference. After we have added another color map, you can still multiply by color or not use it at all. You can turn it off and then only use the color from the particle system. When I added particle color, now we already affect the color in the material. Position mode. During particle spawn, we specify position mode. I'm dragging it to the level now, and we see that this particle is created in the center of our simulation. I dragged her. It is created in the center. We can also add, for example, offset. We can move it. It will continue in the center, but plus 50 units upwards. Or, for example, another 50 along the x-axis. And the particles do not move together with the emitter. If we want them to move together, click on the emitter. Local space. It is now tied directly locally to this coordinate system, and when we move, they move with her. In the future, we will analyze why it is needed. We don't need it in mass mode. This is when we will have physical encounters. We don't need it now. After these attributes, you can give another random 2-4 seconds. Here we set the position. Let's leave it as it is. Position. Here it is not tied to the particle system. It is not visible because it is at 0. Is 0 in the coordinate system. In order for it to be tied to the simulation, you need to set this parameter. Then there are the settings of various sprite renders. There are sprite renders, mesh renders, ribbon renders. They have different settings, their size, their rotation. Let's go to size mode. Unset is by default. If we put uniform, then the particle has decreased. Uniform means that the particle increases equally along the x and y axes. This particle or particles, they all had the same size. I will make them fly to the sides. Can be changed to random uniform. Set the minimum and maximum value for each particle. Some will be bigger or will be smaller. You can put from 5 to 50. Some will be very small or they will be very large. Past the interval, when the particle spawns, it randomly chooses its size. We add variability. The next mod is non-uniform. Since uniform creates the same size on two axes, and non-uniform can be managed separately by dimensions along the axis. $50x, and on the y-axis I left 10, can be done equally. Each axis can be zoomed independently. How to open a wireframe? We see how it stretches. Random non-uniform. We set the minimum and maximum values for each axis separately. I will make the value a little smaller. It makes a different size for each axis. You can put 100 for y. The maximum will be 50 for x. Minimum 5. It will randomly choose a value. These were the main points I wanted to cover from the initialize particle module. Now let's talk about speed. I will create a new emitter. To have the usual material, it seems to me that the usual one is a little better visible. I quickly set the spawn rate. I put it at 5. I will change it here. I will make it infinite. I will add some variability. Random uniform from 2 to 10. Lifetime. Also change from 1 to 3 seconds. Rotation mode. Rotation mode. It sets the rotation. Speed. Fensato desce. From 1 to 7. Here is sprite rotation mode. You can put unset. Now all these squares are in the same direction. If I put random, it will return randomly every time. These textures, they are randomly rotated. We can set some fixed angle, 45 degrees. Each of our particles will be rotated by 45, for example, like this. For 90, 160. It changes the angle accordingly. Direct normalize. We set this value from 0 to 360 degrees. 360 is a full turn and 180 is a half turn. In this case, 0 to 1 is the same as 0 to 360. .25 this is the same as 90 degrees. 0.5 is 180. 0.75 is 270. It translates meaning. Let's put random rotation. I will take some instance. Stars, they will be clearly visible. Let's make them a random color variation. They are random size, random color. What is sprite UV mode? It does not touch unset. How to set random X? It will ream the thread relative to the x-axis. The object is not well visible on this. An asymmetric object is needed. Let me take this. Okay, this will be it. I will only make one particle for demonstration. Random X. See what it does. It mirrors it. Mirrored it as if by playing it, it will be possible to randomly mirror it along the y-axis. X and Y will randomly mirror on both axes. Custom, you can set scale here. It scales its coordinates. You can experiment with this. Leave unset, it will usually be selected. Let's go to instance. Here we will take another texture. Such a one. Now let's move on to velocity. When I add velocity, although not, we will talk about velocity a little later. There is such a module called shape location. According to the standard, it is a sphere. It has a radius. Picture a sphere here. In the zone of this sphere, spawn 5,000 particles per second. After initialization, we specify where we want the particle to appear. In which interval in this case it will be a sphere with a radius of 100. You can reduce this radius. Let me make our particles a little more interesting. We have two Niagaras here. Let's remove one. In the zone of the sphere, spawn particles. For each particle, its position is randomly set. Here is the sphere distribution, how the distribution of particles will occur. Random means a random spawn of particles in any part of our sphere. If we increase the value, the particles will spawn only on the edges. I will increase it by 250. As if there is nothing inside. And we can control this value. Let's do half. Half of the field will be used. The sphere seems to be voluminous. We control this volume. We don't need this parameter. Direct is also not needed yet. We will consider it on more complex examples. In transform, we can control the sphere. I can scale it here, increase its size. It can still be rotated. Now it is the same from all sides. I will increase it by 3 times along the x-axis, and for example, I want to rotate it. You can set the appropriate angle. If we click on this check mark, it will set as default. Here forms, everything is in order. First the cylinder, it is clear to everyone what it looks like. We can control its parameters, the height of the cylinder, and the radius of the cylinder. We can move the center of this cylinder. Each particle is distributed randomly throughout the cylinder. Surface distribution can be changed where we want particles to spawn. Can be edited, for example, increase by 5 along the x-axis. Cylinder is our box plane. This is a box. I will increase the size. Reset to 1, 1 by default. You can, for example, buy 1 and it will shift. Let's leave it so that it is always in the center. Here we can control the size. For example, let's increase change from box to plane. Plane is 2D. It has no z coordinates. It is always flat. The next one is torus. It's like a donut. Here is the radius. You can make very high brightness. 25. So that the minimum brightness is 15. And they will glow, for demonstration showed. Here are some of its specific settings. You can change its shape. The distribution can be changed. It makes an interesting shape. Control parameters here. There are various parameters to control. We see that the torus has two radii. The radius of the circle and the second radius is the radius of the donut itself. That's it. Sphere's distribution, if I set the value to 1, then the particles will be only on the edges. The next one is ring. Like a torus. But it is a flat circle. There is a disk coverage parameter here. If we set it to 0, it will be only on the edges. If we put 1, then it is randomly over the entire area. Now there are too many particles, and therefore it is overlighted. I made the brightness too high. Let's reduce their size. Now there will be a different size from 1 to 5. Okay. We control the radius. You can make such a hexagon. Here the form is sexy. We can manage distribution. If we put 0.5, it will be a semicircle. It cuts him off. We can change the size here. It's lying flat, and we can take it and rotate it along. The y-axis. I changed the angle for our shape. The last one is a cone. You can give the length of this cone its angle of expansion. I will make the corner very large, and it will make an interesting shape. Increase the number of particles. 15,000. I increased the number of particles so that it is better to see. You can change the distribution. A hemisphere is formed. Different angles can be cut, different results can be obtained. It is less often used. Sphere, cylinder, and box are usually enough. Now you understand what shape location is, how to set a position. I will change it to 50. 50 particles will spawn per second. I will run ahead. If we add something like this here, now they spawn and fly in different directions. That's so interesting. If there was no velocity, then it spawned from one point in the center. Now it is in a radius of 50, randomly spawns and flies upwards. Greetings! In this video, we will talk about modules that affect the speed of a particle. We will also learn how to change values during the existence of a particle. For example, size, color, and the like. Let's talk about the particle update category. And we will also learn useful things about attributes. Chased. For starters, I have a Niagara system. And we create an emitter. And let's configure it. Let's take self. It was endless. Loop duration, we can remain as it is. It will repeat itself endlessly. Let the particle live from 1 second to 3. Our size will also be from 2. To 5, we need to add spawn rate. Let there be 25 particles. Shape, location, radius 50, so they are in different spawn positions. Let's add speed to the chats. Node is called add velocity. It sets the speed during spawn of the particle. When we add it, we get errors here because modules depend on other modules. In this case, this module depends on a module called follow forces and velocity. We click fix issues to have it automatically added. It added it in the particle update. What's going on? We set the initial speed of the particles with this module. And this module should always be there when you work at speed. It works in the background, you won't do anything with it, it just has to be there. It always updates, it checks the speed and always updates it. Particle update time, and he updates it. Node velocity sets. The initial speed. We can see there are different types of linear from point and in cone. Let's start with linear. It sets the speed linearly Particles always fly at the same speed. Here you can set their speed in x, y, and z. Z is the top coordinate, and we set 50 units up. If I increase by 100 now, they will be even faster. And in the same way, 50 along the other axis is possible. For example, along the x-axis. They are currently moving in that direction. That's how we can control. They move linearly in one direction. We can set the initial speed. It remains unchanged. There is a speed scale here. If we multiply, all values will be multiplied by this number. Can be increased 5 times. Or on the contrary, reduce it. 0.5 is the same thing that we divided by 2. Rotation mode, we can spin These are all modes. These are different modes for spinning. These are different mathematical models. To simply rotate our object. Degrees of value 0 to 1. It changes the angle, and the direction changes. We don't need to touch it at all. For example, we want them to move up gradually. We can also, for example, set a color to make it interesting. We increase its brightness. Next, we have from point. From the point now, in this case, it is a point. It is an emitter. Simulation position. This is where our simulation begins. It starts with a dot. Gradually add speed in each direction from this point. If I add an offset to the point, like down, the central point is here, and it gradually adds direction from this point for particles. We can change the speed for particles. I will draw how it looks. Imagine that we have a center. The particles scatter relative to the center, in such directions. If I take, for example, I will shift this center down by 100 units. We have shifted this center. The direction goes in these directions, but the spawn particles are higher and the particles move upwards. For example, if I ask higher, they will all move down. If in the center, they all fly apart. The next one is in cone. In a cone. Unfortunately, you can't see how it looks, but I will increase the number of particles. Now you see the principle of spawn particles. You can change axes. If, for example, -1, then it will be directed in the other direction. And if we want the cone to be directed upwards, then we set 1 to Z. Z is our top coordinate, -1 is down. There is an angle here. If we increase it, then of course they will fly to the sides. This angle just affects the direction. If I reduce it on the contrary, I will set very small values. I will disable shape location so that it spawns from a point, so it will be better visible. You can still edit it like this. You can control the speed. The direction is edited here, can be rotated. The faster I increase the speed, the more it flies away. If I remove solve, nothing happens. A very large number of particles fly away. The next thing I wanted to talk about is initial speed. We will often use different modules can be used. We will also use shape location. For example, I want to add velocity. The first module will give everyone a speed of 50 upwards. I want them to fly to the side a little more. In addition to the fact that the first module adds upward movement, the second will set the speed to the side, so that they spread a little to the sides. They fly up. You can do the opposite so that they fly down. For example, move it to the side. So you can add several similar modules. The same works with shape. For example, you can make one shape that will generate them in a sphere, and another that will generate them in a torus. Especially with speed, it's a cool thing. You can combine one with the other. Well, let's leave one. Let's reset all these values. Therefore, add velocity sets the velocity only when the particle spawns. There is no more add velocity in update. When we talk about forces, they already work in particle update. Let's move on to gravity. The particles move up, but we want them to fall. There is a special module called gravity force. Now they are falling. It is very important that it is above solve, since the order goes from top to bottom. First, the emitter that spawns the particle, then the attributes for the particle are set, then these attributes are updated with the lifetime of the particle. For example, gravity. It is updated during the lifetime of the particle. If transferred here, it will work amazingly. Here is the force of gravity, 980 units. We can change it. For example, you can specify 100. It rises up a little. Because other actions have a different force on her. Gravity can be made positive. More can be done. I will turn it off and show the next module called wind force. It also has a dependent module called drag. What is drag? Let's now first understand what drag is. Drag is resistance. You can see the particles fly up. I turned off gravity, I left only this drag. If it is turned off, then all particles fly and they fly at the same speed. And drag is resistance. Imagine that it is air resistance. If I set it to 0. There is also rotational resistance for particles. If they will spin, then we can also set them the angle with which they will spin. If the value is 0, then it will do nothing. And the greater the value, the greater the resistance. Is the drag for the particles. If we want them to gradually stop, we add resistance. Now let's talk about wind force. There were some errors here. I will fix them now. Wind force and drag. This is the force of the wind. We can change the speed along each of the axes. Now I will demonstrate. For example, that our particles fly upwards, and I will add wind to them. You can change their strength. Visual hints can be enabled. We see how the direction of this wind affects it. How much it will affect. The larger the values, the stronger the effect. Turbulence, it will scatter particles to the sides. And frequency, this parameter changes the rate of change of particles. Now I will demonstrate. If I add more is the value. The larger this value, the faster it will change this direction. Turbulent flow loop duration 3. Seconds pass and a new direction appears. If I increase this value, for example, put 1000, then they will move for a very long time in one direction. If I put a small value, for example 5, it moves in one direction and another. In this way, you can edit. For example, to make them move 500 up, to move more upwards. So this is what wind force does. Quite a specific thing, and drag affects the drag force. At this point, I wanted to take a closer look at the attributes, because it would be cool to add some variety to them. Let's think we have wind force or, for example, velocity. But they fly at the same speed. It doesn't look very interesting. Different particles live with different times, with different colors, even different sizes. But the speed looks the same. How can we change it? Or resistance, for example. Let's start with resistance. Wanted to say an interesting thing about attributes. We have color attributes, lifetime attributes. Here we can click on the parameter, and it shows us all the attributes. Emitter attributes, particle attributes. It's like a meaning. How long it lived color, the distance it traveled. Time of life mass. This is such a special node. New position, I created it. Tested something, don't pay attention. You can create your own values, which will be used later. The normalized value of life. We will consider this soon. Position. For example, when we add a module, I click on them and it shows where it is used. For example, velocity. I can generally uninstall velocity now. I uninstalled velocity. And when we go to attributes there, is still here. There is also wind force, solve. For example, some modules, they add more parameters. I'm showing it all. They disappeared. Our velocity is gone. Here is the size, starting position. When we add modules that affect, for example, speed and other parameters, it creates them. Modules edit attributes, and they affect speed, position, color, size. Where we can see them, we go here, and here we see the position, the color. Here are all the values. Modules are just special logic that changes. The values of our attributes. These attributes already affect the particles, and we can change them using these modules. You can double-click on the module. There is a logic created here. These are nodes with logic. Each module is a certain logic that affects these attributes. Something spins, something somewhere affects the rotation. This is initialization, so that you understand if these are all numbers and we can change the attributes. These all modules control them. Then we can ask quite interesting things. For example, drag. If we click here, offers will open. The various parameters are quite interesting. We can see the math. Addition, we can add two numbers to each other. And we will have mathematics. There is addition, there is multiplication. We can multiply one value by another. There is a subtraction. It's math. How to write random range. Before that, there was an integer. For example, in velocity, we want to have different values. We can get different values. We get values from 0 to 1, or give from 0 to 250. Some will be faster, others will be slower. We can control these values. There are some parameters that are created for us here. But we can do all this with the usual value. I can put direct, but I will create a random range and it will be the same. From 1 to 3. This is how I can control these values. You can also control the color. You can add random drag. Now they stop at one interval and you can add some variability. Always try to add variety. We will add random during update. But here there is a spawn only parameter. During the spawning of a particle it affects once. Sometimes another parameter must be set to ensure constant updates. In this case, only during the start. It will pick a random value at the beginning and it will not change it. Values from 0.25 to 5, they will stop in different ways. They all have different speeds and have different resistance. We added interesting variability. Let's change to linear. All fly at the same speed, 50. We can add not only random range for randomization. We can also add vectors. In this case, a random range vector. Here you can set values for the axes. And minimum maximum values. The top 500 and 100. There will be some faster and some slower. We add interesting variability. Such as the force of gravity. You can do it randomly. We choose random values in the interval. Some will fall, some will not. This is how we affect these things. If we wanted to affect all axes equally. from a vector can be done using the conversion vector from float, and from fractional values will become vector. Now we have one whole value. I'll turn off gravity force. If I bet 500 now, it sets a value of 500 in each axis. X, Y, and Z. I will make a copy. Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V. I will turn this off. For 500, I show the value. The result is the same. It's a more convenient thing. We will need it in the future. Sometimes we find it convenient to manage individual values, and sometimes we want all values to be the same. We'll see later on an example. The main thing is that you understand that attributes can be multiplied, divided, subtracted. We will see already on more experienced examples. How it works. Let's move on. We have dealt with variability a little. Add velocity. Linear. Let's add a random range vector to it. Random range vector, it immediately converts. It sets random values for x, y, and z of each of the axes. We set one value here, and it assigns random values to x, y, and z. Zero here, so that they move at the same speed along the z coordinate. Let's talk about vortex force. We can also remove drag because the vortex force does not depend on it. Let's reduce the velocity. 25 and 50, to better see what vortex force does. Vortex force twists. In this case, its direction will be something like this. It twists these all values. This is his direction. If we increase the force amount, how much it will twist? I will make a lot of particles so that it can be seen better. Here you can enable more display. Vortex force works like this. If I reduce it to this value, it will scatter them more. I will put big values. It twists very quickly. This is the result you can get. It keeps them centered. If I put less of them, it will fly away now, and this is the force with which it flies away. What can be interesting to do with it? Let's reduce the number. If we set some such small values, 25. Here is also here. By default, the axis is directed to z, upwards. If we want to change it, we can, for example, along the x-axis. In this direction. I will reduce it a little, 100. We see how it twists. So that's what the vortex force does. It twists the particles. Point attraction force. I will increase the number of particles. What does point attraction do? We have position offset here. We need to enable it. Let's move our point. Now it's in the center. I will move it aside. I will add the attraction module. It attracts our particles. It will attract them. I will set the strength to 100. For example, let's go up by 100. Now it will be higher. It attracts these particles. You can also add an attraction radius. In this case, it is 100. If I increase it, it will attract all particles. If I put 0, it will not attract anything. It will only take in this radius. The particles fly up, they appear in the radius, and it begins to attract them. Fall off. Later I will show what it is. Radius 100. I will put it so that it is only along the x-axis. Fall off affects how strong the attraction will be. The more I put it, the stronger it starts to affect. I will put it at 0.5. For example, I will set it to 50, fall off 0.2. It so attracts particles in this direction. You can create several identical modules. This particle affects, for example, the right part. Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V. You can create another module like this. I just copied so the values are the same. We changed the center where the point will be. Let's move it to the other side. We're going to change to -100, and it's going to be on the opposite side. Now there are 2-point attraction, 2 points that attract particles. For example, if we increase the radius. Which can be changed independently. There are modules. Here one affects the left part and the other affects the right. And they have the same names. Point attraction. Point attraction force, only ZOR1 is at the end. One is. To make it more convenient. Point attraction, and here we can click here, and here rename. Or just press F2. You can change the name. Let it be the right side. Let's make the name left to better understand what these modules are. For example, we have 2-point attraction, and we can also enable, for example, drag and vortex force, they all combine. There is an important order here. Vortex force occurs first, and then the point attraction takes place. If I change the order, I can get different results, because the order is also important. Point attraction happens first, then force happens. Well, in this case it is not visible, but interesting results can be obtained. They are attracted and twisted. You can change the velocity, add more, so that they fly higher, some very large values. They fly very fast. We turn it all off. We go to the next module. Very often used is called curl noise force. We will prepare now. We have shape. But let me create another shape. It will be plane, will be very large, and there will be many particles. I will increase the debug so that it is better visible. Probably 25 will be enough. Now it will be clearly visible. I turned on debug, configured it. I turned it on to show how it works. We can see how all our particles move in a certain direction. I will increase this timeline. So that it does not reboot. Noise strength is the power of influence. If I increase, the speed will increase. I will turn on debug and change 150. It indicates the direction. This part goes this way, this part the other way. And if I change the frequency, distribution will change. I'll put it on pause. Imagine that we have noise that indicates the direction for the particles. I will change it, put 1. I stopped so that the direction was visible. It now shows directions. Depending on this direction, our parts fly in this direction. Frequency, it affects the noise. The larger the value, the more details there will be. They fly to different parts, and there is the quality of this noise. We leave it as standard. Let me first change the frequency to 5, so that the directions are better visible. There is also pan noise. We can move this noise, as well as noise in UV coordinates. We can do the same here. Move the noise around to make the particles change. I will change along the x-axis. The particles also change their direction relative to this. This noise is moving. I can set the speed. If it is not moving, then they are moving in the same direction. Can be changed on all axes. With this, we can add chaos. Strange affects how much they will move. If I ask 1000, then they will fly away very quickly. If I set it to 100, they will become slow. This sets the speed. Frequency is the noise frequency. If you increase the value, there is more detail in the noise. We can change the noise to add variability. What is curl noise used for? When we need to add randomness for particles. Let me delete this shape. I will reduce the amount. Now they fly straight. I would like to add some variability so that they move a little to the side. Here and there curl noise will help. I'll turn it on. You see particles begin to move chaotically. Strength floats on the power of chaos. If you reduce the frequency, then the particles begin to move in the same way. And if I increase it, the particles become more chaotic. You can turn this off so they stay in place. Particles began to move more chaotically, began to change their direction of movement. You can experiment with it. Pan, it will change its position, change this noise, and they will become even more chaotic. Let's change the meaning a little. These lines show the direction. I also set it to spin. They spin, change direction, and drag stops them a little. They became more chaotic. We can still add more variability. For example, random range. One particle will move with a speed of 50, the other will with a speed of 500. You can also make the variability of each particle to move at different speeds. Each particle will be assigned a value between 50 and 500. You can add variability. We considered the main methods of changing the speed for particles. Consider the forces that affect particles. Add velocity is usually added only in particle spawn. Well, that's all. In the next video, we will consider in more detail how to change attributes over time. Greetings. Let's talk about how to change attributes during the lifetime of a particle. I prepared ready-made particles similar to those from the last lesson. Particles fly up. They appear and disappear very quickly. They don't look very good. They appeared and disappeared. Let's make the color random first. We have particle update. You've already seen a bit of him in action with velocity. And what does he do? When it updates, it changes the attributes of the particle. Change in size, color. Then we will work with collision. And with its help, we can change various attributes. How does this happen? Let's start with size. There is a module called Scale Sprite Size. We multiply this size. Something like this was immediately created here. What is so interesting? We will create the curves ourselves. What is a curve? This is an important tool for animation and parameter management over time. It changes these parameters over time. We see Let me change now. Initially, the particles are small and become larger over time. Here we have a starting value of 0.0, and at the end there is a value of 1.1. It multiplies from 0 to 1, gradually over the lifetime of the particle. Here it goes linearly, gradually increasing in size. Here is the graphics, this is the time that passes. And the upper axis of the graph is the value. And gradually as time passes, values are gradually taken from the curve. For example, 0.1 second, it took this value. 0.2 seconds have passed. The corresponding value opposite is taken. Values are taken from a gradually increasing curve. We can control this curve. We have different templates. I press F and it puts it in the center. Now it goes from 0 to 1. I can do the reverse from 1 to 0. It appears large and gradually the particles decrease. There are different templates. And this curve can be edited. Values from the curve can be dragged. The first value is time. The second value is the value transmitted to the particle. For example, if I want the values to be from 0. For example, increase by 5. Now there will be from 0 to 5. It increased their value by 5 times. The uniform curve scale is usually used. If necessary, increase. They can be enlarged here, so that the values are larger. Imagine that this is all math. There are values from 0 to 1. We just multiply them by 2, and we get a value from 0 to 2. The interval will increase by 2 times. For example, reduced by 2 times, multiplied by 0.5 or 0.1, the particles will be small. This time, it is tied to normalized age. We can see here is a description. It is given a lifetime from 0 to 1. Is the lifetime of the particle. Is lifetime. Lifetime is the lifetime of a particle. How long will she live? Values from 1 to 3. And age is how long she lived. It is born and remains in us as long as it lives. For example, if she will live for 3 seconds. Then gradually this value starts counting down, normalized from 0 to 1. Now let's talk about normalize. Why is it done like that? Why do we use normalized values? Why is this done? Because it's so convenient. I will explain now. It is convenient to take on the graph when we have values from 0 to 1. I can grab, drag, and zoom. But it will be inconvenient as we do not know the particle's lifespan. And so the normalized values will always be taken into account from 0 to 1, and it will be easier for us to edit this curve. I will now show what the normalization formula looks like so that it is clearer. These values are 2, 5, 3, 1, 4. This is randomly chosen, how long our particle will live. Typically, a particle lives from 0 seconds to this value. There is a normalization formula, x. This is how long she lived, this is age. For example, she was born, 2 seconds passed, then 3 seconds passed, the time is gradually counting down. And the minimum value is subtracted. In our case, the minimum will always be 0, because the time count starts from 0, and the maximum is how long she will live as much as possible. In this case, this particle lives for a maximum of 10 seconds. It was born, and we know that the maximum time is 10 seconds. On the graphs, we will see what to subtract from 0. How much time has passed, and we divide by the maximum value. To get the normalized value, we always divide the current value by the maximum value. For example, let 2 seconds pass out of 10, that's 0.2. It's been 5 seconds out of 10, that's half, 0.5. We give values from 0 to 1. It will be 0.5. After 3 seconds, it is 30%, or 0.3. We understand the normalized value. It is simply translated into a range from 0 to 1 that we understand. I have such a schedule. Let's imagine that L. This is lifetime. This is the time a particle will live. In this case, it will be 5 seconds. And this is age, how much time has passed. Let's imagine she was born, and we know that she accidentally got out there, that she will live for 5 seconds. 5 seconds gradually pass. Time goes from 0 to 5. Below is the normalized value. We always see a value between 1 and 1. If she has already lived for 5 seconds, then it will be 1. This is the maximum we will get. 2.5 is half of 5. But if I start to increase lifetime, the normalized value gradually changes, because it depends on how long this particle lived. Now it lives a maximum of 9.4 seconds, and here is its normalized value. If it lives a maximum of 1 second, then the normalized will be the same, because 1 divided by 1 is 1. The formula does not change much. For each lifetime value, the normalized output will be the same. It is just convenient, especially for curves. Regardless of the lifetime we get, the value of our curve will always be between 0 and 1. This will help us understand how the value changes over time and make it easier for us to edit. Now we understand that a random time passes from 1 to 5. Regardless of this, we see an increase or decrease. This curve can be edited. If you now press, for example, the right mouse button, we can add some keys and now we can move them. In the interval, we see the value. The meaning is right. For example, 0.6 and 0.4 are on the interval, let's say in the middle. If half the life of the particle has passed, how do we want to change the value to 1? For example, when it will decrease to 0. Now watch what happens. Now I will take it away so that it can be seen better. Now it can be seen that the particle is generated. Then it increases and decreases. Half the time of her life has passed, regardless of how long she will live there, from 1 to 5, and she is gradually decreasing. That's how interesting curves work. What else can be done with them? They're linear here. If I hover over this key, it's called a key. They can be added using the lump wheel. You can add as many as you want. Edit, move. You can add the right mouse button and press auto. It begins to smooth them out, makes a very smooth transition. To see better, there is a special timeline and an editor for these curves. You can go here or click here. You can edit here. You can edit here. You can take and change. For example, take this. This is the key, and this is how you can change it. For example, this one quickly increased in size, and then it decreased more slowly. If we want to move them separately, here we can select break, and now they will move separately, independently of each other. See the result on particles. They have different lifetimes, so the time of reduction will be different. If I put them at the same time, it will be better to see. Generate only one particle. There is still a random size displayed. I will make it the same size so that the graph is better visible. It was linear mode. You can select two pieces and press linear. But it is better not to use linear. You should always add something interesting. You need to be able to make an interesting graph, animate particles. To be somewhere faster, somewhere slower. With the help of animated curves, we can change over time. For example, constant is also interesting when it drops very quickly. See the result, it reduces the particle not to 0 but to 0.1. For example, to 0. It's half sharply decreased. It's rarely used, but you should know it. Go back Ctrl Z. There are also weighted tangents. You can stretch in this way, or tighten. More difficult editing of these curves. If you choose auto, it won't stretch like that. You can only go up and down. It can be stretched like this to influence. You can delete all these keys. For example, I want a particle to be spawned. Then at this point it grows rapidly and then gradually decreases to 0. If I raise this value a little bit, it will not reach 0. We figured out scale. For example, in addition to the size, we want to change the color. But I still wanted to show uniform. You can just set it, we added the curve, or just set the value to 15. There is such a thing, non-uniform, remember. Uniform, it will change equally in all parties. Non-uniform is x and y changed separately. A curve has appeared, which makes it possible to edit the axes separately. Each edit only y, red is x and green is y. For example, I want it to stretch. See the result. You can add more curves, then make auto, to make them smooth. It now increases upwards, then downwards, and the other decreases, then starts faster. We can edit the axes separately. There are ready-made templates. Delete it all. Increases here. The main thing is to set the interval correctly. Let this half-life increase along the y-axis to a maximum, and x will gradually increase. Therefore, you can edit the axes separately, or you can edit them simultaneously. You can change the color there. There is no color. If this node is lower, then it overwrites the color. Now the color will always be white. Here you can also set random color. In order to change the color over time, a node called scale color is also used. It multiplies the colors. There are different modes here. His RGB color transparency will be separately. You can take them together. And there is another mode, I will tell you about it later. First edit the color. Let the particle change size. Here we can change the transparency, but to create a curve, right curve. We choose this. It generates a curve from a fractional value. Transparency gradually decreases. From. Yet. We can edit the color. For example, that it gradually appeared. Here are ready-made presets. Gradually appears and disappears in the same way. It begins to appear, reaches a maximum, and gradually begins to disappear. This is how we can manage transparency. I will now show what variability we will have. I will turn it all off. I will turn off burst and turn on spawn rate. Particles appear interestingly and gradually disappear. We made a smooth particle fade. It is always necessary to work in such a way that they do not disappear suddenly. Imagine that the color changes here in X, Y, and Z. If, for example, we need to change the brightness over time, in order to change the brightness, we need to change all the X, Y, and Z values at the same time. And to change them at the same time, you can generate from a vector float. And then from this float, for example, if I multiply by 15, they will become 15 times brighter. Or vice versa, by 0.1. Let's imagine that I want to graduate from this float to our time curve, so that they are bright and become less bright over time. For example, I don't want it to be linear. Try to avoid linearity. Let it be bright at the beginning and then disappear faster over time. You can open here to see. Multiply by 15 so that the values are not from 1 to 0, but from 15 to 0. We multiply. For example, 255. And in this way, we added brightness to them. There is also an RGB linear color curve parameter. It's a handy feature made by the Epic Games teams. As I said, it multiplies the colors. It goes from left to right. On the left is the initial color, and on the right is the one that will be at the end. From green to red. Let us gradually change. We do not see this green and red. Of what? Because it multiplies colors, and we need to turn off all the colors that appear during initialization. because it multiplies them and does not give us what we need. I turned them off, and now it only gives us those colors. Green, red. Let me add 15. And here is also 15. And we see how it gradually turns from green to red. You can also add some color. Sometimes it crashes. I don't really like this module. This gradient, this is an animation curve. It just converts it, but I don't really like it. Okay. There are colors on top and transparency on the bottom. Transparency goes from 1 to 0. You can add here so that it was 1 and then suddenly disappeared. There are such gradients. If you only want to change the color, then maybe okay. I usually try to manipulate curves, not gradients. You can see better with them, especially when you work with transparency. So try to work with them. And as we understand, you can change not only transparency and size. You can edit anything you want with the help of time. There is gravity, or for example drag. We want randomization. What else do we want? I made a copy. Here you can multiply numbers. In our case, it randomly selects this number, but I wanted to multiply it again after it randomly selects. If it multiplies by 1, then it is essentially the same. If I take and make of this a value, a curve, from 5 to 10. These will be very large values. This curve, it multiplies them. If I multiply it by 0, then all the values will be 0. But for example, I want to change the drag gradually. Then I will take auto. That it was so small and then the drag increased sharply. They now stop quickly. You can set 500. For example, it is possible to have values from 0 to 1 or from 0 to 5. 0 to 25. For example, we want them to grow very quickly, and then the resistance was 0, and add another value. Then they start moving again gradually. Appeared, stopped, and moves again. Can be animated with these curves any value. For example, multiply the curve by 100, because if it is from 0 to 1, then it will not give anything. Multiply, for example, by 200. We want it to affect the force from 0 to 200. Let's make a curve like this. Or for example, 500. Particles appear, nothing affects them. You can make it so that nothing affects it longer. The force begins to affect sharply from above. This is how you can edit different values. Various attributes in modules. This is how animation curves work. That's all. Thanks for viewing Pack. Greetings! In this video, we will create a particle system with several emitters, using fire as an example. Chased! First, let's create a Niagara particle system, and let's choose a template. The template will be a fountain. Because it is like fire. Before creating an effect, you need references. Blanks to understand how the effect works in general. We will create several emitters. It is necessary to divide the fire into several parts. The first emitter will create fire. Second, it will be smoke. And the third is different particles flying out of the fire. Can be divided into three basic parts. It will be a rather primitive, ordinary, simple fire. To understand how the work of several emitters is combined to create a full-fledged effect. Select the fountain template, and let's call it NS Fire. Our fountain's creation. I will create again because there was some problem. Here's the fountain. Particles fly upwards. To begin with, I would like to create a material. We have the material, we have the normal material. It conveys color, texture, and a smooth transition. And let's build on this material. We will not store, and we create an instance. We call him, and we replace the texture. Now it is such a layer. Replace with a placeholder. This is the square we will change. This is now for visualization. Then we will change the texture and see how the effect has changed. How the texture affects the effect. Now the main thing for us is to learn how to work with the particle system. Here I change the texture and you can see the result. I will increase the time scale. Some values are created with the template. Let's think if we need, for example, gravity for fire. I think it is not necessary, so we will delete it. Is friction necessary? I think yes, but sometimes it is unnecessary. Particles, they fly out. If it is fire, they will spawn and fly up a little. These values are too large. Let's increase the size, for example 45-55. In this range will be, I think 15 will be enough. Here it is set so that they return randomly. If you turn it off, then this will be the result. Its transparency gradually decreases. You have to create color for fire. And remember, I showed for this gradient, but I don't like to use it. So I use transparency separately and use color separately. If we want to gradually change the color, we can use the make vector from linear color RGB function. It is from this vector RGB red, green, and blue makes color. And you can create a curve from it. Here you can set the color. Let's take yellow. It will gradually turn to red. If I add orange and have it change color faster, and to orange as well. Already something a little like fire. You can increase the value or take away the resistance. You can change the transparency. That I would like to add. Fire appears very quickly, with maximum transparency. I would like to correct this a little. I will use this template. It rises sharply to this key and gradually decreases. The next thing fire needs is to change size over time. I will use the scale sprite size node. We will change like this. It appears and gradually fades. Let's edit to add some fun, so that it gradually fades away. Let's move on to the next details. We call this emitter. I think that there will be a similar principle with smoke. Everything is great here. You can also experiment with colors, for example. We need smoke. Copy this emitter. If we press the S key, then we will turn off this one. Only another one will be in the field of view. The first thing we need is to change the color. We delete it. Smoke it should be gray, but we can try to make it black. It will be more stylized. Let's make it black. But you can also make it gray. The fire should illuminate the smoke, so we will fake it. Add a little red color. You can make it completely black, or you can give it the original color. Here it will gradually change to black. You can make it black, you can make it gray, you can experiment with it if you want. Here to be gray. But let's leave it black. I like it better. And we added the general transparency. You can multiply all transparency by 0.5, reduced by 2 times. Or leave one. If we look at the smoke and at the fire, the smoke must go up, it must go higher than the fire, and it must be longer. And it usually increases. It should dissipate and increase in volume. If it increases, then we understand that it has the opposite. From less to become greater. To make it last longer, we change the lifetime. The time of his life is from 2 to 3. If you select S, it highlights only this module. This is the same as isolate. You can select the emitter separately. If you press S on an empty space, then it will enable all modules. And something like smoke came out. But I want to increase the smoke size. You can fix it here. You can simply multiply by 1.5. It's math inside the editor. The second option, which was still there, is to multiply by 1.5. For example, 2. If by 3, then we see that it has increased. You can also, for example, correct it a little. For example, by 1.25 to make it even bigger. And now we have smoke. You can still make the smoke disappear over time, and I'll add some randomization. Let's give 0.5, very small value. We can lift it. For example, by 100, it will already be higher. With this, you can change the starting location. We will leave 0. Everything suited me. The next thing I wanted to show, this is sprite render, and it has settings in render. We don't need cast shadow so that it casts shadows. There is an interesting thing. It is a sort order hint. We created 2 emitters. The first is fire, the second is smoke. I would walk the other way around so that this one was in front and the other behind. Sort order hint, it sets the order. If the value is greater in one of the emitters, then it will be ahead. Here I put 1, and therefore the smoke appears on top of the fire. In front, that is, if you put 2, there will be fire on top of smoke. Can be managed in this way. Let's put 0 here. The smoke should be behind. We set the fire to 1. What do we need now? We need particles flying out of the fire. For example, when coal is burning. They can be created based on our fire. Let's copy the fire. Let's rename it. and so that other emitters do not interfere there, we isolate it. It should be small particles. First we resize, from 1 to 3. Now let's change the spawn rate, to have fewer of them, for example 3. I want to move the starting point, so that they spawn higher by 20 units, and also that they were ahead of all effects. Although it would be possible to make a fire between them all. Let's increase the radius. The radius of the location where they can spawn. In the shape location for the fire, I will change it from a sphere. As I increase the radius, there will be such an effect. I don't really like it. I will change better to ring. How do I reduce also not bad, and the same here. Can be sipped in this way. Drag this module in this way. It is possible to copy modules from one emitter to another emitter in this way. Already something like fire, I will add it to the level. It looks like fire. This is a very simple example. Usually there are such interesting particles in the fire. They fly up quickly. Reduce the overall size. They spawn very quickly. I will increase the range, 25, and change the position. And you can also add that they spin. We have a sprite rotation rate node. The larger the value, the greater the twisting force. See the result. I will reduce the size. I will change the velocity. I will reduce the spawn rate to 3 so that there are fewer of them, and I will change the radius. We can say that we have a simple fire ready. Doesn't look very good, but I hope you understood how emitters work. We divide the effect into particles. We use this material. I will change the texture. All these emitters, they use the same material. Different emitters can use different materials. Already in the future, we will create more realistic effects. Don't worry about the appearance now. Let's write fire, take some ready-made texture. You can see how the effect has changed. We changed the texture in the material. The square occupied a larger area than this texture. I will fix it. Increase the size for each particle. Here it will be from 100 to 150. Little, from 150 to 200. We have better material for this option. Flame material, you can create an instance from it. Instance flame. Here we will replace the texture. He moves here, we don't need it. You can add distortion. Let's reduce, I modified this material a little. I added particle color. He and takes importance. There is also emission color here. I will multiply by 15. He looks better now. Let's take this material. Let's move on to the system of particles and change all our emitters. I will reduce the size here. Multiply by 2. I will make 2 times more for smoke. These particles, they are very small, but I will enlarge them by 2 more. Using a different material, we got a different result. It will look different with different textures. Emission color can be changed. Or the color roller can be changed. Distortion can also be increased. You can influence the texture. Remember this material. You can try with such a texture. Looks different with different textures. You can change the color map. The usual color is multiplied on this color map in the emitter. We also multiply by black and therefore it becomes black. If you turn off the color map, I will skip it here. Apply looks different. In this way, you can create a variety of effects. The material, how it affects the effect. I will return the color card. That's all. Thanks for viewing. See you in the next videos. Greetings! In this video, we will create the aura effect of a character or object. Let's talk about system parameters, where to use them. Well, we will learn the difference between local and world coordinates in the emitter. Chased. Let's look at the aura references. I wanted to recreate something like Fortnite, where the character has this aura. Let's divide it into parts. It is always necessary to analyze what the effect consists of. Divide into emitters, into parts, into layers. Focus on this part. The character has general lighting. This is the first part. There is some background. There are also various rays. This will be our second part. The third part is the stars. And the fourth is another highlight, these are the circles. We divide the effect into 4 parts. Let's go to the game engine and create the Niagara system. Niagara system. Let's choose as a template. You can take an empty template or take a fountain. Let me show you how to do it from the fountain. Let's call it correctly. There were problems. I will create the template again. Let's start with the backlight. Then we will make the rays, stars, and these dots. What do we not need? Our backlight will not move anywhere. It will always be in the center. We don't need gravity in principle drag. We don't need speed. The effect will always be in the center, and shape should be in the center. And the spawn rate, always spawn 90 particles, but we only need 1, or it can be done in several ways. One particle will appear, but I still want to change the material. It will last for 3 seconds. Three seconds should also be set here, and the cycle will be endless. We will somehow animate it, but first I would like to create the materials. Let's think, what do we need? Here is such a backlight, a star, a dot, and rays. Let's take glow as a basis. It's just a texture. And based on this material, we create an instance. The first one will be glow. Let's call him I like this default texture. But let's change to this parameter. so that they combine and be brighter, and assign this material here. We can take it and move it to the character. We will test it on this character. We can immediately take this effect and attach it to the character. Let's increase the size. You can do like this to see. It seems to me that it is too much. Now it appears and disappears quickly. It does not suit us. It must be done gradually. We need to scale it. It gradually increases. There is already an interesting animation. Let's increase the size. When it is scaled, it is difficult to see. Or we will make it even bigger. Let's leave it at that. It appears, and over time we will change the curve to be less bright so that it is not linear. And at the end it stops. Now the size is too big. Perfectly. Let's set the color to make it look like a reference. Then the color can be changed. Once every 3 seconds. It is possible to reduce it, I think. It appears once every 3 seconds. No, it's not once every 3 seconds. Spawn rate is 1 particle per second. If you need to spawn 1 particle in 3 seconds, can be done in this way. Use spawn burst, a particle that is generated at the start, and given that it is infinite, it will always repeat itself, then we see the result. 3 seconds and spawn burst. You can, for example, put 0.5. 1 particle will be in 2 seconds. Let's use this method. You can do random from 2 to 3. Or 2, also put a little less transparency. we will have glow, start light. Appears and disappears. You can slightly increase the initial lifetime. Let's look at the reference. Now let's make the rays. You need to create a material. Material instance, ray aura. We can look in our textures to see if there is anything similar. Is there anything like a beam? Not here. Right to ray. There is something like that. Let's create a ray texture. Let's see what it consists of. And let's go to substance. We create a new graph. And we will take the square as a basis. We scale it. From above it is more stretched. From below it begins to narrow. We take shape as a basis. We have square here. Let's scale it. We need x each and along y square as a base. There is a node called transform. Here you can stretch. Let's reduce the bottom part. It is repeated. We don't need it to be repeated. Turn off tiling. She is now alone. We got something similar to this form. It will stretch. We can stretch it in a particle system, and she will look good. We need to cut some kind of mask so that it transitions smoothly. We copy. And we reduce this form. It will be smaller. We need to cut it out. We take the mixture and cut one from the other. Subtract, there is. But it does not have a smooth transition. Does not have a smooth transition. To add it, we take this shape and use blur. Let's make it even bigger by 16. Now a smooth transition has already appeared. Let's increase this shape along Y. We will use after blur auto levels. There are also sharp edges. Need more blur. Super. What do we need? There is a smooth transition here. Here it is with less transparency. We need to cut this transparency. We can take the gradient. The gradient is linear. It must be turned 180. We will multiply it by this figure. We multiply the smooth transition and we get a smooth decay here. Let's add levels. Here I want it to be darker on top. Let's apply auto levels once again. You can also customize, for example like this. Super. It fades out like this. I like it. We will use this beam. I will add a little blur. Super. You can also take the pattern node. Do it this way. Change to ID, change size. Let's stretch it. I start stretching it and it gets more interesting. You can make a random size along the x-axis. Reduce their number. You can try to change the radius. For example, take the backlight. Mix together with this. We will stretch the size further. Blending mode can be changed. It can go beyond the edges. Something like a reference. If we save this texture, it will be one texture. I will now show how to make it more interesting so that these rays appear. One appeared, another appeared, then one disappeared, the other disappeared. To do this, we will use this texture as a base. We need to convert to RGB. We take gradient, black and white. Nothing has changed. It was converted to RGB. We need it to be 8-bit. Here we take absolute, 8-bit. From 16-bit grayscale, converted to 8-bit RGB. This must be done in order to save correctly. We can still reduce the size here. 1024 will be enough. Let's throw it into the output on the Output Now Explorer. And now just export. Select sRGB, export. I will give it a name. I will transfer it here. Everything looks cool. We take this texture. Let's create a new emitter. Let's take an empty emitter as a basis. Let the particles gradually spawn. Let's assign this material. It can be found here. We can take a color, for example, take from here copy, and insert it. Let's change it. It will be non-uniform. We will stretch x and y independently of each other. We stretch it. Rays appear in a circle. How can this be done? Here is sprite rotation mode. They appear very strangely. We need the beginning of the rays to be in the center. This happens because they have the wrong pivot. If it is on the x-axis pivot, we have this plane, and its center is here. They started spawning differently, but they still need to be turned over. We will fix it. Let's change it to translucent here. The center was here, and when we rotated, they spawn relative to that center. Now we've moved it down. This was the center. We moved it to 0. Here it is. One will be on top. Now all objects will spawn relative to this center. This is the same thing that we basically did in Blender. I will imagine that this is our plane. No matter how I spin it, it spins relative to its center. I want it to rotate relative to the bottom face. I shift its center to the bottom. Now its center is at the bottom of this 3D object. When I return it, the result changed. Imagine several such objects with the same pivots. They will spawn in a circle like this. We need to turn them over. We have a custom sprite UV scale. Now they spawn in a circle. You can experiment with pivot. Change to burst to see the result immediately. Now spawn many particles. they will gradually spawn. I think they are very small. Always have to check. This is solo mode. It seems to me that they are very small relative to the sphere. We need to multiply them by a factor of 10. Let's multiply. 5 times each. There is a faster way to do it. Small. Let's increase the size. We will return it. Not bad. What do we need? We need to make it more interesting. We need to change the scale. We can do it ourselves or copy it from this module. And insert. We have colors and scaling. He appears. Do you know how to do better? You can make a sprite scale. On X and on Y they appear equally, but we will do it differently. We will have a non-uniform curve. Along Y will appear faster. Let's rename. You can test how it will look. I think it should have been higher. You can mix this scale with another. But it seems to me that this one suits us according to the standard. You can play with all this. For example, a color so that it appears. Non. Uniform. Let's make Y appear faster. You can make X faster and Y slower. We get completely different results. Increase the spawn rate. Change the lifetime of particles from 2 to 3. Four to 7 is better. Can be changed to burst to spawn 5 at once, then they spawn gradually. Let's reduce it a little. You can take a color, for example. Random range. I copied before this, they seem the same. But we will change the initial transparency. You can also change the initial size. Here you can experiment, change parameters. Now let's move on to the creation of stars. Let's create the material. Let's call him we have a ready-made texture. I will find her. You can choose any of them. I'd rather take another one. I will create a new emitter based on the fountain. No gravity needed. I'll turn it off for now so it doesn't get in the way. Let's start with the material. Reduce the size of the stars. Let them spawn less. Let's increase the radius. Copy the size. They appear and then gradually disappear. They need to exist longer. From 2 to 4. You can add speed. Rotate randomly, it suits us. They're moving up now, that's bad. They must fly away from the center. Reduce the speed, add random drag. Let's add color, but it's better to copy. Copy. Paste. Super. For example, you can experiment with color. For example, I don't want it to disappear. I want them to exist longer. I edit the curve. They fly away. You can also add, for example, that they split to the sides. I will add one more velocity. Here from point. And here we will add a linear one. You can change like this. They fly only upwards. I like to do that. Random range vector. I am changing this speed scale. For example, from 5 to 15. They will still fly up. I will reduce and we call it stars. perfectly. They spawn in the sphere. It's cool, but I want them to spawn colors, because the sphere is volumetric. Although not. Let's leave the sphere. There will be sphere 25. Super. And the last thing left. Let's copy it. We can take the backlight. Here are the circles. Based on this material. Let's create an instance. There will also be a backlight here, but it will be sharp. Let's go to textures. You can take something like this. I want to find a circle with sharp edges, but I can't find anything. But now let's use this circle. You need to select it and then assign it here. Let's call him. Let's reduce it a little. They are now generated all over the square, but you can change it so that it is closer to the edges. How do I move it? Stars do not spawn in the center because I changed the distribution. If 0, then it will spawn on the entire area. If 1, then it will be on the edges. I will take the value 0.7. There will be approximately such an interval. Changing distribution. You can make an aura. You can create something else based on this emitter. To copy, I will make isolated. Create an instance based on this material. Let's call it right. Now let's change the texture. There is nothing interesting. You can take, for example, an asterisk. We will assign it to this emitter. Let's rename it. Big star spawn burst once every 3 seconds. Reduce the size and transparency. You can experiment with different shapes. For example, take a soft circle, such as cast instead. The size seems too small. On the contrary, it was too big. It takes RGB. It will be so interesting. Let's change the value. It is too small. You can add new emitters and use it to add new details. To quickly change the size, here they multiplied and it increased. It will be faster that way. Let's return it to the position where it should have been. Super. For example 1.7 and lower transparency. I would like this part to be in front of this object, because now they have the same sorting. This one will always be in front, because it is more important, so that it is always visible. You can change this ring to any other texture. You can change like this. Make the transparency very small. The size has increased, because the texture is larger relative to what it was. That's exactly what I wanted to show. Let's talk about options. Let me edit here. For example, as soon as this effect appears, you can add more. Let's take these stars. Let's rename them. It will be burst. It will not be an infinite effect. It will spawn only once, only during the start, and it will spawn randomly particles in the range from 15 to 25. Change the shape location. Small radius. Let's change it to 25. And you can, for example, change it like this. Let's make more spawn on the edges. The effect began. Spawn stars and all. Let them live less, from 1 to 3 seconds. This is how you can add burst, for example, at the start of an effect. Then this effect will play endlessly. And let's talk about something interesting. We put this effect on the character. Steeply, it still glows. Let me show you something interesting. Now let's talk about the difference between local and world coordinates in emitters. I wanted this effect to always be tied to the character. But if I start moving the character, we see that something is wrong. In this case, as you can understand. The effect is tied to world coordinates. It is position independent. I start to move him. It is generated in a certain location in the world. He remains there, regardless of the character's position. If I wanted to always move with the character, this system of particles, so that the character is always attached to her. I move the character, and accordingly, the particle always moves with him. Now she remains independent. I click on the emitter here. There is local space here. I turn it on. I turn it on for all emitters. Everything turned on. Local space. And now tied. No matter how I move it, it will be tied. Back will return it to the character. I will highlight the character. I will move the character and with him. The effect will also move. Everything is tied as it should be. I will show you now. Another interesting thing. I want when the character moves, there are stars behind him. Stars or this backlight. I will copy it. Let there be one that is attached, and one that is not attached. I copied it. And her name. I take local space. Now they are not tied. They are generated independently. I take a particle, and now there is a trace of them. So the character will move, the trail remains. These particles are small. They are now spawned at a certain frequency, 2 particles per second. But the character can move fast or slow, and we would like, for example, to generate a constant number of them relative to how the character moves. I was showing something called spawn per unit. Here we specify spacing, the distance with which we want it to spawn. Let it be 100. The smaller the number, the more it will generate. You can put even less, for example 5. That's cool. The main thing is that there is no local space, because we do not need them to be bound. Because now everything will break. They go, but they don't spawn, because those stars are standing still because they are tied. With per unit, when we have particles with spawn distance, we need to turn off local space. They spawn independently of the object. I change it to per unit, set it to 10. I will also add curl to add variety, strange 100. Now let's see the result. They are still flying apart now. Super, I will reduce the value. This is how they will fly away. I turn off isolated, press S on an empty space. I will replace this emitter. We don't need spawn rate. Perfectly. There is another feature here. If, for example, the character will move too fast, then these particles may not spawn in some places. I was showing it to you. Threshold it cuts. If, for example, the maximum speed is greater than this number, it simply does not spawn them. We write some big number. It always, regardless of the speed, always spawn particles. Cool. Let's move on to the character. The character has great lighting. He can still move. Particles also fly from it. Super. And the last thing I wanted to show. This is called user parameters. Click here. Oh, we're here. User parameters. What is this? We have this system. And I said that emitters can communicate, which is why a system is needed. Emitters can communicate with it together. How can they do this? Whatever all these values are, you can do math with them. You can add, multiply, and so on. For example, if I want to increase the lifetime of the particle, I can multiply by some value. And what do system parameters do, interestingly? Often when you create effects, this effect can be used not only on this character, but also on some other one that has a larger size, and we need to scale it. Well, you don't want to redo the effect 10 times. For example, on some very small object. And it would be cool to add some options. There is one particle and we can create several instances and change some parameters that will affect everyone differently. Now I will show how it is done. There is a plus here, and here is make new. You can create a lot of different things. These parameters are created. In this case, we need a fractional number. Here we set the name. Scale, multiply. And we will multiply the scale. In this case, it will be 1 at the start. 1 is as it is. We have uniform sprite size right here. Here, for example, we multiply them. During update, you can multiply here at spawn, or you can here. Let's during spawn. We take each. Minimum and maximum. Let's multiply. There were 175 here. We leave it. And what can be done, interestingly? You can accept this value here. Now it will multiply by this value and the same here. Multiply, return 200. Now it is the same because it is multiplied by 1. For example, I want this effect to be bigger. A user parameter appeared for each effect. We can edit directly on the level. Give 5 times more. Or make it smaller, multiply by 0.5. It takes the value from the editor. We create a copy, and we can manipulate like this. We can manipulate whatever we want. Size, or for example, the number of particles. Spawn one here. We can create some more values. Bind him to it. Spawn per unit. Standard 10. I drag here now the value is 10. If I want, for example, to have more of them in this particular effect. I will put 1, the smaller the number, the more particles. But these have not changed. This is a completely different spawn. That's where we can get different results. Or, for example, we can change the color. You can add color here. Link here or change transparency. We will use it often in the future. This is to make it easier to edit all the effects in the future. Here, for example, the same. I will do another option. These rays, here they multiply independently. I will multiply vector 2 by float. What else is interesting? Here we have stars. If, for example, I start scaling, the rays have increased and the backlight has increased, but the stars, for example, I can multiply their size. I will throw stars here. The stars increased, but their spawn radius remained the same. If we increase the particle, then we need to increase the radius. We multiply the radius. And now the radius of spawn stars is increased. Here everything is the same. We need to multiply the radius where they will appear. And also in general their size. We only need to multiply. Here we multiply. Particles that appear at the beginning, it is also necessary to increase their initial radius, where they will appear. It's the same here, let's throw it here. See? Now with one parameter, we change the size of the entire effect. For example, I want to increase it by 15 times. Effect for a giant. So I change the size of the effect with one parameter without creating a new effect every time. This is how you can dynamically change the size. This is what these user parameters do. They can be tied to any values of our modules and edit them. Greetings! In this video, we will create the effect of a magic zone or aura, which will be on the ground. Let's also talk about sprite alignment and orientation. Well, let's create the first emitter using the mesh renderer. Chased. To begin with, we start with a reference. Looking for aura effects. There are various here. Here we see that it is on the ground. In our case, we will create something similar to this. There are circles that are on the ground, different effects. But in this case, we're going to create something like this. Only we adapt it to our colors. If we divide the effect into parts, here we have a magic circle. This will be our first emitter. The next are lines that rise. Third, we will have small particles that rise. And the fourth, perhaps, some kind of highlight in the middle. You can add, expand the effect. We will take this as the main reference. Well, we drove it. We are creating a new Niagara. Let's take the fountain as a basis, and we call him. Again, the problem with the fountain display. I will create Niagara again. You can press F so that it centers our particles. For starters, what is sprite alignment and orientation? On the example of this fountain, I will increase the interval. And for example, we wanted these particles to stretch. There is an interesting module called Scale Sprite Size. It should be in Particle Update. Turning it off for now. First, let's add drag so that there is resistance. Let's add randomization. From 4 to 5. They fly, and due to drag, they stall. It would be cool to make them scale with speed. There is a special node that allows us to do this. We set the speed that can be maximum, and we set their minimum and maximum stretching in x and y. Let's reduce x. The minimum will be 0.1, relative to what is now, and the maximum of 0.2. The higher the speed, the stronger the stretch will be. And in y we set some such parameters. How does it all work? Particles are scaled relative to their velocity. If the particle has a higher speed, then it scales more. If they slow down, they become smaller in size. Here, for example, without this module, and with it. Turn off random rotation. Let's add gravity. Change the drag from 2 to 3. They must be oriented in the direction of their speed. It will be better to see. It looks strange. Imagine that we have sparks. If they fall in this direction, you can increase, for example, the angle by 60 degrees so that they scatter more to the sides. We have an alignment for this. Without alignment, they are stretched in a straight line. It looks bad. Alignment, it determines how the sprite will be oriented relative to its plane. If I change the alignment now, there is automatic. You can put custom, we will still consider it. And there is still a third parameter. Nothing will change, because it was set to this value here according to the standard. It is not aligned, everything is standard. And if we put velocity alignment, you see a completely different result. They turn relative to their direction. We have a speed direction. I'll put it on pause. They gradually begin to spin. Fly, gravity pulls them down and it spins. And falls relative to the direction. It was so without. They were always oriented directly. You can of course turn on rotation. Put it automatically, or random every time. If I want the particles to be always directed towards their direction. In this case, we simply stretch them, and they are directed in the direction of their speed. That's why I included, for example, scale sprite by speed, so that it can be seen that they stretch. If I don't include see the result. Let me turn off gravity. Go to the drag menu. Instead of spawn rate, I will take burst. 25 to 35 particles will spawn randomly. Imagine that these are sparks. I will put the color closer to the spark. I will add to the level. Like sparks. You can even add gravity to make them fall over time. Let them fall. Already something more similar. You can add sparks. With velocity alignment looks much better. And now let's talk about facing mod. What is it? This direction is usually according to the standard. It's always directed to the camera, they rotate and we can edit it. Now I will show it. Then we will gradually move on to the effect. Let's go to the first stage of this magic circle on Earth. This is the zone texture. Let me create a new emitter. I will set the initial parameters. I will add the spawn rate. one particle. We create material. I transferred all these instances to a folder. I will name it and transfer it to the instances folder so that it is clear where the instances are and where the main materials are. It was possible to take this material ready. I want to show another texture as an example. We have different zones here, such textures. Let's take this one. Assign this material here. Let there be such a zone, but it spins and is always directed towards the camera, and we need it to always lie on the ground. These settings will help us. Alignment settings and orientation settings. Alignment defines how the sprite is oriented relative to its plane. And the orientation of the particles as they will be oriented relative to the camera or other objects. There are different modes here. The camera is standard. They are similar, you will not see much of a difference. Let me close this content. It is always directed in our direction. The next parameter is similar. Here you will not feel the difference. They are almost indistinguishable. When there is a suitable example, I will tell in more detail. We can set our direction. Face camera position, there is a difference here. I will duplicate another one, the same. This one will be on the right. And here the difference will be between the fact that this one will use the face camera and the other will use the face camera position. They are both directed always to the camera. But there is one difference if I start rolling the camera. The one on the left moves, and the one on the right stands in the same position. Face camera, it is oriented. I'll just leave it. It rotates relative to the angle. Relative to the camera position and relative to the angle. If I start rotating the camera, it changes its orientation. And face camera position. It changes orientation only when we change the camera position. If I change the camera angle, nothing changes. The particles stay where they are. And only when I start moving the camera from side to side. For example, when you will later create effects and you do not need the particles to change during the camera movement. They are very similar. Face camera distance blend is a very difficult thing. It changes the orientation, sets the distance, minimum, maximum. It increases relative to the distance. Basically everything is the same. It is always directed at us. And now I will show. For example, we want it to be directed only upwards, so that it doesn't look at the camera. We can control that. I will leave only him. Everything is standard here. It automatically determines which mode we should set. I said that there are parameters, there are sprite, facing parameters. I write it, but it is not there now. Or for example, alignment, but they are not there. Add a module called sprite facing and alignment. It creates more parameters for us. Now I will write. Now we have sprite facing. It creates additional parameters that allow us to control. These parameters are here: sprite facing and sprite alignment. Before that, it was always directed towards the camera, but we can control it. We also need to provide custom alignment. If we want to control alignment, if we want to control the orientation, we also need to include a custom facing vector. Facing defines the orientation mode. Here we have vector x, y, and z. Alignment according to the standard. First, let's talk about facing. I set the default alignment. Let's look at our effect. When I put Y, it doesn't spin behind the camera, it spins only in this direction. It is always directed in this direction. If I change the facing, now it is directed along the y-axis. Before that it was directed along the x-axis. Now its orientation is relative to x. This is the direction of the x-axis, is the direction of the y-axis. Z-axis is up and down. If z is positive, it will be up. Now our sprite is two-sided. According to the standard, it is two-sided. If I take two-sided, there is a front view of the object and a back view. If two-sided is disabled, only one side will be displayed. Since I said x-axis mapping, x has two directions, positive and negative. In this case, the sprite is directed in this direction, and we cannot see the backside. And likewise, if I change, put y, this is our side, and now it is directed only in this direction. We see only this side. And for example, if I want it to be directed not in positive y, but on the contrary in the other direction, then I need to put -1. And he will change his orientation. There is also a z. This is the upper side. This is the top. This is what we need. B, it is not there from below. If I want it to be only from the bottom, for example. So that we do not see it from above, but only from below, there are also such options. I change the opposite if I want it to always point up, if we need to see it from two sides. Then we need to enable two-sided in the material. It is oriented upwards, but I can also see it from below. I will increase the size. Sprite size mod will be uniform. I will not put random. I will put 200. It is always directed upwards. He does not look in the direction of the camera. He is directed only upwards. The direction can be changed here. Along the upper coordinate, we sent it along Z. But there is one problem when we change the camera. We change its position and angle. This texture rotates with the camera. We don't need this, and this is where alignment comes into play. Because if we don't set the alignment here, it starts to twist it. If we don't want it to rotate it, we turn on sprite alignment. Here we turn on custom alignment. Alignment along one of the axes. In this case, it will be Y for us. It remained on the ground as it is, no matter how I twisted it. Our orientation is upward. Our alignment is along Y. Now let's deal with alignment. What is it super? Nothing spins. The texture of the zone that remains in place. Let's talk more about alignment. I will stretch this texture. I will move it to change it here right away. And everything was visible. Now it's Y-oriented. Now I'm changing X-oriented. It's hard to see now. I'll change it the other way around. 200 and 500. $200 on the X-axis and 500 on the Y-axis. The texture is now aligned along the X-axis. Now it is aligned along this axis, is now Y-aligned. Can also be set relative to the Z-axis. But it will be difficult to see. It is aligned along the Z-axis and in is sprite facing. It causes conflict. If there are two identical ones, it will not align very well. On the contrary, I will take orientation now to make it spin. Now there is no direction. It stands as it was. By default, it looks towards the camera, but the alignment is now on the Y-axis. I start spinning. You can see the result. If along the X-axis, then it will start on the contrary. And now it will rotate relative to this axis. I wonder why. This is necessary. There are such effects where you need to create the illusion of volume. We have a folder with materials. This fire, I'll throw it here. He stretched. I'll stretch it even more, along. The y-axis. It begins to spin and create the illusion of volume. If we choose such an alignment, it is desirable to turn on the face camera plane, but now the difference will not be visible. The volume effect is created. If I want it to be directed upwards and spun so interestingly, then we change to the z-axis, and now I don't spin. Alignment is directed upwards, and facing always directs it to the camera. If I take it all away, I will supply everything according to the standard. See the difference he looks towards the camera. When we need the effect to look at the camera from some angle, this sprite facing and alignment is used. Okay, that's taken care of. Let's change back to the circle material. We don't need it spinning. We need him to lie on the ground and look up. Custom facing, custom alignment, enable. We set the alignment along the y-axis, and given that it is the same for us along the x and y-axis, it doesn't matter which one we choose. Change the size. Let's put uniform. Attach it to the character. We can raise the effect or leave it as it is. Instead of raising the effect, you can make the sprite rise. When it comes into contact with the ground, it adds transparency. We don't need it. We set it to 0. The main thing is that the brightness does not disappear. Let's set the color. We will take the color here. We will open the folder with effects and take as a basis this effect that we made. And let's take the color here. Copy and paste it here. Let's change the brightness here. There is a problem in this case. A particle is generated every second. That's why they are too bright, because several of them spawn. You can put it like this. They are added. The particle exists for 5 seconds, but spawns every second, if I put more spawn rate. With every second, more and more particles will begin to spawn. We don't need it. Let's look at the reference. They appear from the center and gradually reach the edges. We can do the same. I use this texture, let me take another one. You can do something yourself, or take a texture somewhere. Can be taken from the material we used before. Let's take this texture. We will increase them over time. Let's start with this. Let's change the curve. There are a lot of them spawn. Will be every 2 seconds. This is not enough. Let's do something a little differently. Change the curve again. Much better now. I think 3 seconds is enough. Appears 1 per second. Now it fades very quickly, because there is no transparency control. And we will add control of color and transparency. Let's add a curve to control it over time. It appears, then it reaches its maximum and fades out. Change the parameter here. And he will appear longer. As long as it is so. You can change its backlight, very bright on the reference. We won't make it so bright. You can replace the texture if you don't like it. You can take this material as a basis. Insert here, spawn circles will be different, but it's not very okay. You can create a texture for yourself. Let's take a simple circle, very simple texture. Here it makes sense to show how to do it. We create rays. This is the next stage. We create a new emitter. We call him. We create an emitter. There will be infinite spawn. Spawn rate will generate 2 particles per second. The particle will exist from 1 to 2. Is to stretch sprites. We will take and put a random uniform here, stretch it. And make a random location in the ring, reduce the radius. But in them, the pivot is in the center, so it spawns like this. You need to move the pivot along the y-axis. Let's make them bigger. First, let's play with their color. Let's take the following curve as a basis. For example, you can also add sprite size. For them to appear, they appear quickly. We change the curve. You can make it spawn with greater resolution. Change the curve again. Let's get some material. What kind of material do we need for what? Let's think. Let's take this as a basis. Let's call him. Let's throw it over. We will take our flare as a basis. Let's take the flare and stretch it. Find the flare. Here we will stretch this texture along the y-axis. You need to test it. See how it will look. Let's take this one. And we drop our material. This alignment makes it look bad. We will do it differently. Let it spawn in the center. We will increase the size. It is not visible from below. We will increase the size even more. Under 20. Let's set some color. Color mode random. The difference will be in the transparency of 0.7. The material is not very suitable. Let's replace something. You can take something softer. See what will fit. You can try this one. here it is already necessary to set a much larger size. There will be a lot here, 900. Increase the depth fade so that the edges are softer. It is simple. You can try this one. It goes both down and up. Here they rise higher. Let's increase it even more. These are the spawn rays. Let's change the parameters a little. Not bad. I will increase the spawn location. I will make the particle lifetime longer from 2 to 4 seconds. Not bad. What is the problem in this case, if I, for example, look from top to bottom? They rotate relative to the camera. And they can look pretty weird. It looks good from this angle, but if I, for example, look from this side, it doesn't look very good anymore. Alignment will help us with this. We will take the alignment relative to the z-axis so that they always look up. Now it will be cool. Their plane does not change. They are always directed upwards. They will always look up. If I put along the y-axis, then they will look completely different. Even if there is a view from above, they will look good. Increase the number of spawn rays. I will change it here. You can experiment with this. Now let's make particles that rise. I highly recommend doing this if I make effects, for example, you. can take stars as a basis. Let me create from scratch, but you can do it like that. For example, take asterisks. We simply copy and paste them into another system. And everything will work. It is possible to do so, but in this case we will do everything from scratch. I will copy this emitter, random uniform, so that they are always the same on the y and x axis. We will leave the alignment as it was. I will replace the material. You can create, or you can take one of these instances. I will rename this emitter. Shape location is set to ring. We need them to fly up. We need to add velocity. And solve the forces. And now they are still rising. Add curl noises. They scatter a lot. I will reduce it a little. Maybe I will reduce the size and increase brightness. Here, by the way, there is also transparency. You can put a direct set so that they are of the same color. Let's put them ahead of everything. Put 1. You can add lighting. There is a magic circle. I would also like to use material with this circle in addition. Let there be glow on Earth. I changed the material and added the backlight. Gradually increases, you can increase the total size. Add random uniform. Increases, decreases, generated once per second. This is how they all look together. You can replace the circle texture, for example, something like that. She's too bright. You can play with it. Given that this texture is too bright, we need to change the overall brightness. Still need to reduce. Change transparency. Even less to do. It seems to me that it would be better to make it brighter. It is less bright because we use this glove aura. Yes, it also has a depth fade. If, for example, I copy this glow aura, it's Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. I will call it glow aura ground. I will only turn off the depth fade in it, because there is no need for depth fade on Earth. I will reduce the brightness. Edited, great. Perhaps we will increase the number of particles, for example with brightness. You can add drag to them so that they slow down. I will set the value for randomization. Now let's talk about the mesh renderer. This is also an interesting thing. I will add an emitter. There are ready-made emitters with mesh renderer, but we'll take an empty one. We don't need sprite renderer. Here we have a choice mesh. I will highlight only him now. Change the emitter to self. Let's spawn one mesh renderer per second. Can't see, let's look at the level. Standard spawn 3D object. Go to mesh renderer. Here it has parameters. This is going to be an array of meshes. You can add more than one object, but let's have one. We don't need more. We can add several 3D objects and randomly select them from this array. Random these 3D objects. Usually we don't need it. According to the standard, we have such a 3D object that shows the axis. We can choose any object. You can select this cone or any static object. Or spawn chairs that will fly up. Everything is the same as with particles, but instead of particles, 3D objects. Render it determines what type of object we want to display. In this case, it is a 3D object here. We select a 3D object. By default, in this case, this 3D object has a default material, which is already built in, but we can assign our own material. For this to assign our material, we need to enable material. We can press plus. Just so you understand, a 3D object can have multiple materials. We won't have that. It is already more for 3D artists. Imagine that we want to assign this flame that we created. Assign to this chair, see the result. It has a completely different UV, which is why it looks so weird. We have our own 3D objects, and we will take our top hat. Let's set it in a 3D object. Now we have spawn cylinders with our material. We can control, for example, scale. But it will no longer be sprite size, but it will be scale mesh size. It is called differently. Mesh, it is 3-dimensional. It has a scale on 3 axes. We need to convert this 3-digit vector into a float. Then we will be able to control 3 axes at once. Here we will create a curve and we can scale. The camera flew away. I pressed F and it flew up. Here you can set scale mod, set its size. One is the same as the standard. You can take 15, became huge, can be turned off, it's all the same. You can change the time of existence. LODs, don't pay attention to what it is. Here you can control the scale separately on the axis. You can increase, for example. Also twist it. You can change its pivot. Pivot is now below. Its color can be controlled if the material has color control. Let's use this template is ready. And here is the result. It scales and gradually disappears. You can spawn a 3D object. Standard 3D objects, they do not look at the camera at all. They are not oriented towards the camera. They are voluminous. We can control their rotation. Mesh render array visible mode, we don't need it yet either. As I said, you can add several objects. I will show you soon. You can take this cylinder and you can take this cone. This is our cylinder. But if we want them to be randomly selected, this thing does just that. Random. Select Mesh Renderer. That we want this particular render to be randomly selected. And now we can see what is randomly selected from our 3D objects. Usually we will not need it. But I'm not saying that it is not used. Sometimes it is also needed. For specific tasks. If I throw a cylinder here, it is oriented like this. And you can spin it here. And to, for example, rotate it at spawn. Or, for example, we want to randomly rotate it. For this use, initialize mesh orientation. In this case, now it will be random. See the result. You can also refer to quaternion. We can put some angle that we want to rotate. It is orientation. Remember, we talked about sprites. We can guide. According to the standard, it is oriented in this way. I want to change it. It will now be directed in this direction. Here you can twist it, or you can leave it as standard. Or none, this is it according to the standard. You can, for example, set a rotation of 90 degrees. You can spin like this. These values range from 0 to 1. These are normalized values. Zero is 0 degrees, 1 is 360 degrees. It is 170. It will be directed down. We will deal with coordinate space a little later. It is not needed now. This is how you can spawn 3D objects. We can spin it, for example, if we want it to rotate randomly along the z-coordinate. Range vector, here everything remains as it is. Will spawn, and it will randomly be given a rotation angle. I will spawn only one particle. I want to show that during spawn, a random angle of rotation will be selected. Here is one spawn with such a spin. The second spawn with this angle. Here is the z-coordinate. All 3D objects with different rotations. This is how you can manage. Name it. We have this object. We take into account that it ends here. I'm still editing it. 0.9. Can we take this flame? I will copy this flame. He will be addicted. I copied and named it. I will change the color map here. We'll take something similar to our colors that we need. I'm looking for something suitable. This is possible. Just reduce it. I will add power. I will change the brightness. And here we will set the color to direct set, but I will change the color of the alpha. Let one particle spawn. This emitter lives for 1 second and spawns at the start one particle that lives for 5 seconds. Five seconds and it disappears. Emitter spawn one particle and that's it. But if I want this particle to live forever, this thing, it shows that when the lifetime of the particle is 5 seconds, then it kills her this particle state. If I don't want it to kill her, I turn this thing off. It does not matter how long the particle's existence time is specified. It will not destroy it. It will always exist. I will also increase the depth fade. I will increase it here. What is the meaning of non-uniform scaling? Here we put everything at 0.9. We need to edit the height. I would like the height to be smaller. I want to cut them in half. I only scaled the height. I'll take 0.7. I will take a smaller distortion. I will also replace the color map. You can play with it. You can even change the color here. You can still use 3D objects. Let's increase it anyway. Along this axis we increase. This is how we created the zone. But there is one problem. If we start to move the effect, there will be such a result. Local space must be set. For these particles, for example, you can set spawn per unit. You can already play with it. The character moves and his zone moves with him. I would also add that I don't really like the spawn scale color. I want it to spawn and over time it always stays bright. We change lifetime. You can play, for example, so that it increases only along the z coordinate. You can copy the curve to change each value separately for x, y, z. Make vector, and now each of these values can be set individually. I want to change only z. X and y remain the same. And only z increases. He now lives forever, steeply. We will not need all these parameters. Facing mode is directed by standard. We can control. And you can also add velocity. there is a facing mod velocity. Interesting result. Normally this will not be used. I'll take velocity. Now the 3D object will look at the camera. The camera plane is the same. Usually everything is standard. Usually it spawns and stays put. Greetings! In this video, we will talk about the ribbon renderer, learn how to use it in visual effects, also learn how to generate particles from another emitter, and improve the effect from the previous video using the ribbon renderer. Driven away. First, for the sake of demonstration, let's create a new Nigara system from scratch and call it Nigara Systems. We're going to have ribbon, let's call it that. And for starters, let's have sprites, insert self, we'll have infinite spawns, and let's have spawn rate 20. "25, and I would also like to add speed. Speed gives us an error, we need consistency fix. Everything. I added a module, and let it be that I would like to reduce them for demonstration. Uniform, here they will be, in general like this little ones. And look, I'll take this effect now, yeah, while I'm like that. I'll turn it off so that it doesn't interfere. Now I'm generating 25 particles that fly up. And let me show you what ribbon render is. And I'll replace it with sprite render. I'll replace ribbon render. And now I'll close it for now. And you can see such an emergency, which comes at the beginning and gradually. It doesn't recognize it like that. We use ribbon render. This is a component used for rendering particles in the form of ribbons and ribbons. These are consecutive segments or lines that can be connected at the places of the path and create a continuous path, i.e. See for yourself, it represents the life of 25 particles per second. Yes, let's zoom in and see what I represent. If I look at the wireframe, it's like water. You can see their ribbons. The more they are, look now 25, so let's turn off the reframe here so that it can be seen. They are created, they fly. Up, they are connected to each other. They create the sky, yes, a continuous path, and that's it. If I increase them by 5, let it be generated per second. Now you can see that the distance between them has become larger. Now you can see that if, for example, I generate 2 per second, then the distance between these tapes has become even greater. Also, all yours can already be done by another parameter that controls exactly our ribbons. And here there is a parameter that sets the width of these ribbons. Now I set 25, something similar to our pennix. And that is, the more I now generate them, 2 per second, and the better they connect with each other. And it forms such continuous, now 200 of them per second. We see that now it has become quite another 100. And what is more important, now I foresee, now they use such a standard material. The default is ribbon, but it is used if you look at the plane. So here he is on the verge of disappearing. Now I will take, let's go, some of our material so that it would be better and clearer for the demonstration. I'll take this, let's go, I'll create an instance of everything, instance material, and name it, instance material ribbon test. You call a ribbon, or a trail a trace, that is. Now we will also understand why a trace. And I still use this material to understand. I will not change anything, more precisely this texture, it remains as it is. And I assign this material here. Yes, 100 per second, a lot of these tapes. And look, what is the meaning of me now, so anew, and it seems to stretch like this. The same texture is used, but it takes and stretches. That is, imagine that it is generated by a bunch of such particles that are connected to each other. And they essentially use the same material as their base. This guy renders, it works very interestingly if everything is clear. It's 2D, like a planic that always looks in our direction guy. It's such a tape. It seems like there are a lot of them now. Here, if I spawn 3 windows, here they are spawned. They seem to connect but continue the same material. And the most interesting thing is that these tapes are all separate material. Well, this is still a separate material of the tape. It is like separate particles. Here is each, yes, I'll pause it. This ribbon, this is counted as particles. These are already connected to each other. And they create one path. And what's the point? Here we have this material and it simply takes the stretch because the particles, they use not the material itself. And what is interesting is that it is not possible to set the spawn rate in particles. Yes, from velocity there is a spawn rate of 1 to 5. And it is desirable that the particle should always be set at the same time. That is, there is no need to set a random lifetime. Next, I will show why now they are generated by the spawn rate. Yes, but in general they can be also generated, and very often where they are used in projectiles. If I take it now, I will open it here. We have such projectiles, and here things, here. So not very clearly visible, so here's something, some kind. Well, in general, everyone has this projectile, that's all. That's it, that's the trace. That's what we have. Ribbon, it's not just bushy third materials, it's like an extrication here. It goes. Here too, here's this ribbon, that's what we have, ribbon. And now I'll demonstrate, how is it possible? We have a spawn rate and he helps us. There is another spawn and I will give birth. So I will take my own ones. I just made them fly up and as if to show how they work, they are just 50 up. I can, for example, them by 25 to the side, yes, so that they are like this, that's right. I just put a pause. Here it is. I'm just controlling the direction of theirs, it seems. But what's the point of spawning right on what? Can I take this one? Effect, and I felt it attached to some kind of projectile. Which projectile is from a bullet? Something makes noise. And it follows. Which in the language is also called a trail because it is created in essence. Now I will show how such a trail is created with the same material does not follow, and it gradually disappears because we have it for 5 seconds in the summer, that's all. And the lifetime just regulates how long these particles will live, and they disappear when it enters. In this case it was 5 seconds. Now I will change it to seconds, and we can see that it disappears faster. Here you can see how this trace appears. In this case, it now appears every 20, yes. This is a spawn rate, spawn per unit. It is important to set if it is generated exactly when the projectile flies, with a higher threshold so that it does not get cut off if it flies very quickly. And every 20 units, if I had him quickly, I would not try to spin. Spin. He appears here in a run between these with particles. The same can be controlled here. If, for example, more than 100, the distance will be greater and fewer particles will be generated. If, for example, 500, there will be very few every 500 centimeters, let's say so. I can see that there are even problems because very few of them are generated. This is the problem. And in general, what is meaning? Let's turn it, and I won't move it yet. We will have hair, only my movement will pass upwards. That's how it must be asked. Always not random, only for everyone. The same, it was the same because now I will explain it like this. 5 here. Gradually here. You can see how they are born fly up once they connect. If there is a different time of life, then it will disappear faster. The second one can just turn out to be just such unpleasant moments that some will simply disappear here. We can see some are cut off, and they will then try to connect again. That is ops that have disappeared and they connect to each other. You can have such unpleasant artifacts. That's why for Ribbon, use the same lift aim, not random. It was cool. Cool. They only connect, and what is their nature? Now we come to the settings Ribenov with see what now everything is used. The material is basically just how it is stretched there, and the studios and such things, and it goes a settings. That is, how the material will be repeated by the tests, and now. It is repeated published Curiam scale, Nunivam scale. It seems to be stretched, is a uniform now. Now inseparability activist. You will see everything the same as if it will be. That is, how they are scaled, and now the difference will not be visible. But there is such a thing called a toilet. How do you know this repetition? And in this case it will be, this material on it will be repeated, the tape goes to it, it gradually appears, it stretches, I am their distance, their length, and every 100 units there, the distance of this fish is repeated. On this material, and now every day, you can see how often this material has begun to repeat itself. And as if it is repeated, you can change it. For example, 50, 50, 50. Here it might be clearer. Here I present everything. And we can see the ribbon, that in this case, every 10 segments, every 10 there, let's say centimeters of the length of this ribbon repeats. Now 250 will be very rare. It seems to stretch. Now the distance is not so great if I increase the lifetime. Or for example, speed distance is great. Yes, it is more so stretches and they simply repeat themselves. Also, what is the meaning of what is the difference? Now I will explain it. Now I showed that a ribbon is used, and it is clear that the more the ribbon is used, the better the result will be. Of course, if I put more particles, the more particles will appear more smoothly, or in principle, there will be more of them here. There is a lot, and it appears smoothly like that. It's good. If it's too little, it's as if it's cut, but it's too hot because too much is also bad for productivity. Try to stay within a certain range. Generate a lot of them. And then there's another thing, the situation the distance can also be used, for example, to scale, so I used its coordinates 15. Everything is just scale coordinates, here in the middle of the material. Let's say this is by x, this is by game. Well, we don't usually need this now, this is how you can manipulate it, but it's just how often every 25 you will repeat this. This is the tape. And what else is really cool now? I will demonstrate that it is possible to turn off pump rate now. We have turned it off. We don't need velocity. And here is an example I will demonstrate. Yes, I will put less spacing. 20. There is a good option for rebounds. But you see, there is one such problem. Let me turn it off under warranty. I did not interfere. Here I am, as if following, and here is such an unpleasant artifact. Yes, I appeared when I was actually moving this projectile itself, as if it was gradually shifting. To prevent this from happening, there is another display mode, and y-coordinate tilde by distance. Here is this tile by distance should be used when you use spawn with a unit, when a projectile or a ribbon is directly, for example, tied to a character. For example, it may be that we tied this effect to the character moves, with it is moving. Here, a ribbon is created or a projectile is fired there and directly penetrates such a ribbon. And now it is clear that this artifact is not there, no matter how so that we don't move this ribbon. So it is born beautifully and wonderfully. It can also be seen that there are many of them now and they are growing quite well. That is, it is as if such a 3D object is being generated now. Everything is fine. Angles don't exist, everything is good. We create them every 20 units, which is a lot, and everything is fine. If I am every 200, that means there will be quite a few of them. And there can be such, but we see the artifacts are very, very bad. If there aren't enough of them, I'll include a wireframe. Here it is. So it's not a very good thing to try. Now spawn ray, spark per unit need to have less spacing so that it is so smooth, beautiful. Appeared. Well, as we can see, not much, in principle. Now we will see the most important thing with the fuckers. Of course, these textures are used. Special textures are used. In our case, it is trail. I will now choose any. Here we have such a separate folder with trails. And it makes sense that these textures are trails. They exist, we have them, they melt, or they repeat horizontally. That is, if you open this texture, it will be repeated, but you see, they all melt horizontally. This is this, that is, they are all melting. Why? Let me take any one I like. Well, for example, I don't know, you can take this one, yes, for demonstration. Or not, let's make it better to see. Then I will take such a yucca, on which you can see exactly how it melts. Well, for example, here is this, okay, I took this here. And I throw it here. This is what she looks like. And here she is, and now look, a completely different result. Now it is repeated. I would probably increase it width. Firstly, I see it is repeated. Now it is repeated very often. I would like to reduce. How many? 250 units. Thank you. Now it will look pretty cool. It repeats itself. Gradually disappears. Look, as if the stereotype is flying. Everything is already starting to look like these options. Yes. And what's more interesting with the ribbons, given that they are all particles as well, we can also control its color. Well, for the sake of demonstration, I will not spawn units for now, but just spawn rate. What is the problem with the spawn rate when used in ribbon? This is a problem in that they are always generated with a significant time, and if the ribbon moves quickly, then somewhere it will be more. Yes, we can see everything, okay? Now I quickly start moving, and we can see that it is not evenly distributed. That is, if you move the ribbon yourself, then you use it or not yet yourself. That is, if, for example, if is connected to some object and will move with it, then you need to use spawn with units. Well, now for the demonstration of the spawn rate. And I will also add velocity. Here we have the moving side. And I put a bit distance on it. It doesn't work in any way. When we use the spawn rate and velocity ourselves, that is, we need to change it to the usual toilet. And here you can see him hiding. Every 250, let's make it 150. Everything has changed. It is also visible here. And what's the point? Given that this is a tape, that is, it is all particles, and we can also control both its width over time and its color. That is, let me bring width. We have the following scale ribbon parameter. And here you see you can also increase it to 25, and you can take our wonderful whore here. Here's the Frankfurt of that curve. And so it is interesting how we see the printed one. The increased fuel then gradually drops its width to 0. And here you can see how these ribbons are gradually being generated here. Let me reduce them now. Let 10 of them be generated. Here they are born. Gradually, they move with the help of velocity to the side. And then scale ribbon over time of each of these ribbons. It gradually reduces its width. That's it. Now it is a little torn. It has a low spawn rate. That's it. That's how you can control their width, that is. Or for example, on the contrary, it appears like this. It appears with zeros gradually. Its width is simple. This is how you can. Here, it is generated, and so it is generally super wonderful. Yes. Let's just change it the other way around. I would like it to sound like a ribbon. It is like this. Something like this. No, not like that. It will be great like this. Yes, yes. And gradually you can see up with time of life, it decreases its width. This is how you can control the width, and accordingly, this is how you can control the color. We have transparency here. You can control the transparency. The transparency still falls, so you can make it fall faster. That is, each of these particles, let's just generate 5 of them so that it is visible that they are spawned 5 of them. They decrease. Each of these particles is a ribbon. Yes, it has its own transparency settings, its lifetime, and of course, what are they? More. The more smoothly these parameters will be visible. Now it seems that there will be 2 of them in general, i.e. it won't be like that. We can't really see it well. Yes, it appears, so it is. Yes, that's why the more of them, the better. In principle, the more ribbons themselves. And that's how it gives completely results. And what's the point in general? Here we have colors. And you can also vary, it's cool to do it here and generate a linear like this. Right make vector from an RGB linear. And then make a Frank curve color from here. It's an interesting thing, therefore separately. The curve here changes the color of our transparency and status. With the help of these parameters, we made it possible here and here. Also with the help of such a gradient, adjust it so that at the beginning it has such and such a color, brighter, and at the end it will fall to pink. This is too much. Well, let's just change it so that it's more visible. That is, I'll take a completely different color. That is, let it change to yellow. It can be seen. Here are all the particles. They can still be controlled by their color. Now there will be 5. Color can be so interesting. 1000 is too much. Such a color gradient could still be created.
Ось.
Here, you can, for example, do something like this. And something so interesting is already being created. The fish is already given some visual style, some interesting, quite. And let me demonstrate. Now turn off spawn rate, turn on spawn per unit and give Tadadbi distance. That we move it independently. Collect it. And let. Yes, Tadadbi distance. And we have to take away the cyclists, but we don't need to, because if there are cyclists, it's still so strange. And that's it. Here it goes. I would, for example, put even 10 more to make it audible at all. You see, by the way, it appears when I start to cringe. It is at such moments that he starts to change the angle very quickly. Such nasty kovochki appear. Now I will explain how to fix them. Also, if he just moved straight, then everything is okay. Because there is no such sharp turn. Now turn on mesh edges to make it more visible. And here is such an op. A sharp turn. There are a lot of them. They are disappearing. Now I turn off. These are the artifacts. Now I will show how to fix it. There is such a thing. Next we move through the settings. Here is the national UV0 setting. And by the way, now I will show you what it looks like. Now I have shown this taillet. It is repeated. But sometimes we also need it not to happen again. That is, we have a uniform here. That is, it seems to stretch. Op, and he stretches. This material is used here and it is stretched. So you can set it manually so that it is stretched by 5 and it is, that is, its coordinates by x. I concealed them by 5. For example, by 15, yes, but it simply takes. And stretches. But the uniforms are quite similar. The difference is that, for example, you won't feel the difference at all. Until I would like to make a strong point here, it's just him. No matter the distance, no matter how far this ribbon stretches, and if he wasn't, he stretches. Always uses the same distance for Paul, just stretches it, as if to give the shape of seconds out. Unlike the new ones, and lacing just repeats the distances there as well, and we return to how should we fix the error, C. There is also a look at wireframe. Here, it is generated, here are these ribbons, and there is nothing between them, here, parameter we. Seem to divide the ribbons into more under such ribbons, that's all. Another line appeared between them. It's 2, it's 3. We see that these are still small, and the more they are given, for example 16 at the most, now there will be a lot of them. Here we see that it divided it further into there are less than 16 of these. That is, it simply further divided this border and gave more geometry. Let's say this. Why is it just correcting the error? Or the more geometry we have, the better it will be at the corners? If there is a sharp turn, up, everything is okay, everything is cool. You can also, for example, spammers, reduce the facing so that if there are any projectiles somewhere that should return very often, somewhere like this, tick, 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 then there will be no problem with it. But we can see that this is a very strong load on the geometry. So there are many of them generated, very many. Geometry, i.e. You should not play around with it. Do not always put 18 by 16 at the maximum, i.e. Of course, such settings and spammer units are enough. For example, 20 is enough with your head. If your outfit is especially easy to fly straight, then you can generally put it on singles because he won't bend. That's how it was before. He'll just fly straight, that's all, and he'll feel great. In order to reduce the lifetime, the less he lives, the faster it happens. This is all the letters and I will feel it now. An outfit, or, for example, another 05, and reduce the life by 2 times. The first. Looks so interestingly. Yes, it can be seen that the projectile is already hitting the hole, so I'm knitting or here. This is the control as long as it doesn't happen again. Let's make it every 100 units even more often. And changing the texture, we have this one. You can change it to any other. For example, here let's change this breath. Now this one will be repeated like this. For example, this is like lightning. It repeats itself, or change it. Now it will stretch and it stretches. It's not very good. Not very like that. Also sometimes it needs to be stretched from us, and this television distance is fine. That is, we can control the black color with transparency. We can. To manage all these parameters, we also set a clear black here. And then we rely on the parameters, i.e. going back and forth. As long as we don't touch it, we will fry there to be more than one of its coordinates. That is different from it. We will analyze it later. And here it is written that the maximum number of ribs is 0, which means 0 that they can be inevitable. If we need to limit, for example, 100, then it will not generate more than 100 ribbon for the first time. Or, for example, more than 5. Yes, it is not enough at all, but we are trying to limit it so we don't touch it. So what's more interesting in this case is that it creates a plane for us. That is, it is like this. It would be flat, as well as today's backsprite, which are always directed in our direction. That is, there is also a facing mode. Now it is always directed in our side. If we didn't spin, we see him from our side, and of course we can also control the cast to put, well, if we want to control which one will be directed, for example, we move it, and it is always directed only to the upper side. Then we see that now he is looking at at us, I will increase the lifetime so that it is better visible. For example, I moved him and he is lying like this, right? If I did not move him all to the side, yes, it is lying on some specific things. We need something. For example, it looks like there are traces. It always lies on the ground. And here we will cut out the direct direction for you. You need Gematrionorlos also, and now we will deal with the plane multiplane. It generates now, it will not be visible, but it seems like if I turn off the custom and turn off the pacing and show you Warframe, then it generates one plane on one side and the other, usually a normal. Plane is used sometimes. Yes, we will also need this multiplane. Well, until we do, we don't at all. You also need YouTube. It looks like it creates something like a cylinder. In this case, it is a triangle. And we can control another parameter. How much do we need to divide it there? The subdivision affects the data, because such cylinders generate such things for specific things. If you reduce it, yes, it's for specific things. We don't need it yet. Plane is usually used. And next, we also have sorting. That is, in front, we also don't need it now. That is, leave it according to the standard. On Ribanas. And further, I would like to show an example of how. It is interesting to use the ribbon in this case. We just don't have this material very well. For sure, I would like to either expand it or create a new one, or use the one we have. Use the one we have. This flame is flame. And let it be already materialistic, this Labon magic, huh? And such a magical one will be here. And instead of this, we will use all that we have according to the standard. First, instead of the main texture, we will take some kind of trail. Let us have a trail. This is it. Then yes, I will add the emission so that it can be seen. Further, the mask. It is not needed. It will be. Here's everything so that we don't have any masks. That's it. Well, let's use this color map. Oh, ribbon, in principle. The color can be colored right here. But let's make it so that the color is not set in principle. Only we will cover the shame. Yes, well, in principle, where I already lost the material, here it is. Let's assign this material to our ribbon. And look what's interesting. Now he is, yes. I'm returning the face and the screen. We don't need it, that's all. Now you look in our direction, and it looks quite interesting. So that the material here is even more interesting, yes, with distortion. But he still looks touchy, but when I move, he seems to stay in place. To add some movement to it, yes, we would need to move the texture. And that's where it's interesting. Here I am as a result of main. And here we have a parameter that controls movement. Yes, if -1, then it will be in the other direction. And I think we need 5, and I would like to repeat it every... Somewhere here we have UV control. It is necessary without allowances, every 250. It's too much, yes, already. There is a lot of traffic, 1 can be enough. Oh, and now look how interesting it is to reduce longevity, as he has a very long lifespan, 0.5. Stand, shut it up, that didn't bother us. And now you see he's moving. Yes. Probably I will add this segmentation, so this way the material will be selected better. Oh, it's still better. Here, now look, there is already something interesting, you can add more. Another emission. It is right here, I gave this emission and you can control it here. Direct colors, yes, add. 25, just everywhere brightness, and, oh, let its brightness shield. Here the emissions remain as such. And now it can be seen that at the beginning it is brighter, and at the end it begins to gradually clog up because the neck first. Remission gradually becomes less, it gradually becomes less transparent. Let's increase the unit, so let the projectile, phew, collapse, yes. Let's show all our main texture. We move in time and taking into account the font, the material, it always seems to move. It's all particles to the side. Our materials. It's so interesting. That's how a ribbon is created. It's also interesting that you can change the color, Happy said. Then it went away. It starts with a normal color and gradually fades to completely dark, so that in this case it uses everything. Okay, it's even more difficult to see, but here it doesn't affect it, okay? We multiply it. Increase its transparency, and probably so. That it doesn't disappear so much. It doesn't disappear so quickly, and I adjusted too much, but it spreads and gradually seems to become on the edge of black in such a color you can not control it at all. Here, remove the control of transparency. I even leave myself and gradually change the color to a dark one. Here is. Now I want to talk about beam. What is the difference between ribbon and beam? Here is a ready template with beam. The only difference is that ribbon, it gradually appears. Ribbon is created through burst or spawn rate. And in beam, we give the starting and ending points. There is no spawn rate, spawn per unity. There is a start point and an end point. let's take the same material that was used. Let's assign him here instead. Let's look at the result. There is a color management here, I will remove it. Here are some other settings. Any ribbon can be turned into a beam. These module settings are special. I will press Fix, Fix, Fix. You can also convert this one. Convert this option to beam. A different module is used here. Spawn per unit is not necessary. Spawn 50, scale color is. Convert it to beam. This beam emitter setup, it sets the starting point. Beam start is the starting point. The starting point is at the start of the simulation. This is where the simulation begins. And we set the endpoint. First we set relative to the start of the simulation. I place it at 500 units on the x-axis. You need to add spawn beam. Also add beam width to control its width. Update beam to updated. Special modules. Here, it now controls this width. We control it through beam width. But if there is no such module, then you can set the width control here. Now it is more of an overview thing. It is better to show it in more detail in practice. There are settings here, but for beam, we must choose tiled. Every 250 units of this beam, the material will be repeated. These are all parameters. Would like to show here. Based on this, I will show how to turn a ribbon into a beam. Here is beam setup. Set relative to the beginning of the particle system in the simulation, where we want to set the beginning of the beam. In this case, by 1000 units per side. We can go up another 250. And this point moves. There are also user parameters. In this case, it is a vector. X, Y, and Z. And here user parameters, we can create a vector. Call it beam end. Set the initial value to 500 and drag it here. Now we can control the endpoint. We can control its position. Can be done using user parameters. Now the beam moves with this pivot. If I was setting this beam end and I started to move the beam start, it would stay in place. Because now all these positions are set relative to beam start. I wish they were absolute. There is such a thing, absolute beam end. Now the interesting part begins. Can be controlled. Absolute means that he is now in the world positions. If I put 0.0 and if I create any object. create shape cube. And I will put it at 0 according to world coordinates. Here we have the center of coordinates, the center of the whole world. If I take and add 500 more here, it will also be cubed. Now it is calculated relative to world coordinates. For this, you need to set absolute beam end here. And if I start moving this beam, this point will remain in place. And this beam will begin to stretch. You can also change the color. Beam has some other features. Spawn burst is set here. Why spawn burst? Because this beam is created immediately from the spawn burst. I will enable wireframe. Now we have 50 segments created at once. You can set a smaller value. There are other things in the emitter setup that we don't need. You can do such things. You can bend like this. Let's consider it with examples. Spawn beam. This module is required to create a beam. But this module controls the wide area. Beam can still be twisted. There is also a twist mod option, but it is not needed now. For example, you can create a curve. I will show later on examples. There are special parameters. Now we will not deal with this module in detail. There is another interesting module. It appears and gradually disappears. This module controls all beams simultaneously, because these ribbons spawn at the same time and disappear over time. Later, I will show examples of what beam is used for. And now I want to improve and slightly finish the effect that we did. Add such a ribbon that will twist. There may be something similar. This was our test version. Can be removed from the level and open our effect, which was done in the last video. We will improve it. We pass to Niagara and create a new emitter. Let's create an empty emitter. Self. It will exist indefinitely. Let's give it a size of 25. One particle. I would like to show a node called rotate around point. What does it do? Rotation rate is the twisting force. There is also a radius. Radius 100, rotation rate 1. Spawn one particle and it spins relative to the center. Center from 0. Rotation rate is the twisting force. Changing it here. Rotation face it controls where the start will be. 0 is 0 degrees, 1 is 360 degrees. It will be 0.5 on the other hand. I control where it will appear. It's a cool thing. For example, add spawn rate, shape location, spawn 25 particles, and I will make them still spin. I will now demonstrate the meaning of this module. Spawn one particle. The emitter will exist for 1 second. But the particle itself will live forever. I turn off the particle state and now the particle lives forever. One particle that spins and lives endlessly. Rotation center. I can move it, for example, along the z-coordinate or along other axes. I can shift the center relative to which the particle will spin. I will try to show. It probably won't show like that. 25 it is necessary to put local space. Now visible, it rotates within this radius. Radius 100. I will increase the rotation rate. We leave everything as standard. You don't need to touch it. I will now show how you can spawn a particle from the location of this particle. I create another emitter. Empty emitter. And I will add a visualization so that they are both at the same time. These are all others excluded. We don't need self sprite, I turn it off. We need to make ribbon. I will enable the spawn rate. Although not, I want to make this ribbon follow this particle. For this, I will add a module called spawn particles from other emitter. We can spawn particles from another emitter. Click here. It adds more dependent modules to us. Sample particles from other emitter. We click here. We need to add one more dependent module, so we click here. We need to specify the name of the emitter from which we will spawn. I will name it. And I will ask it here. There's a spawn rate parameter. Set it to 100. Leave everything as it is. Here we change the lifetime to 0.5. And now look how cool it is that, and also, this is how we put local space here. It is important to put local space. Because if I take it, it will be in the middle of the level. Local space we put. See the result. Ribbon that spawns relative to the position of this emitter. We have ribbon magic here, and assign this ribbon magic here. Let's configure UV. Let's make tiled every 200 units. Let's increase the width. Let's add a module so that it gradually disappears. Scale ribbon is so that we can control the width, which gradually begins to fall. There is an artifact in the turns. I will turn off real time to look specifically at it. So that this does not happen, we slightly increase the segmentation by 4. Maybe 2 was enough, but let's put 4. It turned out not bad. We can also disable this particle, but the ribbon will continue to move. And you can move not only the ribbon, for example, we also have such emitters. I will copy it, add it to visualize. The name spawn rate is not needed. We need spawn particles. Enable shape location. I will turn it off. I will reduce the lifetime from 0.1 to 0.2, or from 0.1 to 0.5. I will change the location to the sphere. Now the particles will spawn like this. See the result. I will reduce the size a little more. It turned out well. You can also replace the material for the initial particle. Get some texture, replace this material. Let's take the color. We make it brighter. Now it is displayed. I will increase the size. I will increase the size. I will also add alignment velocity. I will add scale sprite by speed. Click here, it. Should. Be. After. This is how you can do it. We have this sprite spinning, followed by a ribbon, and the ribbon is followed by this glow. So they spawn from the original emitter. There are different parameters here, all attributes, and it takes position from here. From this emitter and transmits here, you can also add velocity so that they rise. I'll turn it all off for now. I want it to rise and fall like this. Let me turn on the whole effect. I will lower it down. This rotation center, it affects where it appears, where we have a center, if I start moving it. I wish there was something like this. How can this be done? There is this cool thing called sine. Now I will demonstrate how it works. First I will demonstrate rotation center. I want to move it only in coordinate. We need to translate this position into a vector. Because some attributes, they are like a position, but we have to do it. And here you can change x, y, and z. We need to make a vector, and we can individually change. Now it moves up and down. Let me take rotation first. Now this coordinate z, which is the center, is changing, and he moves very fast. Change to 100. Is its initial position. It goes 100 up and 100 down. This is our time of life, age. How long did our emitter live? And now we move on to the demonstration of graphs. There is sine and time. Time is like our age, which is here. Time of life, how long lived. Spawn emitter, it gradually starts the timer. I turn on this timer. Look at the value. From -1 and gradually goes to 1. From 1 it goes to -1 again. No matter how much time passes, the values always go from 1 to 1. That's how Sine works. Sine itself presents such a graph, from 1 to 1, range of values, and always these values are in this interval. We gradually pass time, and the values pass with time like this, from -1 to 1. So this is how Sine works. From -1 to 1. This is the interval in Sine. There is a formula for this sign. T is time, and I would like, for example, to change its interval so that it is from -1 to 1. Here is a value. Here in the formula there is a period, scale, and bias. Scale, this is multiplication. Bias is addition, and period is us. We share time now. I will demonstrate. We have this sign. Here is the time. In the parentheses, first the addition. We shift this interval from -1 to 1 there. And at the end we multiply. We can shift this sign. More precisely, this interval is from -1 to 1. It will be mathematics. I'll put it on pause. We have this gap from -1 to 1. Here we add, let's add 1 to this whole interval. -1 and 1, add 1. We gradually begin to shift it. It starts to go up. We added 1 to the gap from -1 to 1. Where -1 was now 0. Where 1 was, she went up, and now there is 2. Here we have done the addition, and now we do the multiplication if we want the interval from 0 to 1. Can be divided by 2, but this is the same as multiplying by 0.5. We multiply by 0.5. Now the range is from 0 to 1. I turn on the time again, and now the values go from 0 to 1. It's math with Sine to change its span. Often used for such animations or in materials, we will often use sine. Very useful stuff, especially the leveling. And the period is its repetition. It is the same as dividing this time. The smaller it becomes, the smaller the gap. Then it will be repeated more often. If the larger the value, the slower it will be. Now I will show you how it looks. We have all these values. It goes from 0 to 1. But if I want that range to be 0 to 100, I'll multiply all these values by 100. Change the graph formula, but don't touch it yet. Check the values. They range from 0 to 100. Now we will do the multiplication operation. We copied the past, we pasted. Now we align the values, add 1 and 0.5, remember this formula, and now we multiply by 100. Values must range from 0 to 100. If I reduce the period, it will rise faster. If I increase the period, it will be slower. Can be set like this. And it will fall on the ground. We don't need it. We leave the period as 1 and add the rotation rate because I specifically took it away. And now it spins and also moves up and down. I will change the period. I will also change the rotation rate because it moves too fast. Now it moves interestingly. Let's put 150. And I would have moved it because the start does not start from the center, but a little higher. I will also subtract minus 50. On the contrary, you need 50. So we need 50. Now it will rotate around the character. Super. Here you can control the speed. I also turn on the ribbon, which will rotate with it if I increase the lifetime. I will copy the source ribbon. Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V, source ribbon 0.2. I will change only rotation phase 0.5. Now there will be 2 circling them. Name them. Ribbon from source 2. The only thing left to change here is the source ribbon. Where he will spawn from, he will now spawn from this. Now we will have two of them. Maybe I will change the color map. Maybe I'll try something like that. You can experiment with this. You can take another color and take the color from here. Reduce its brightness, and here too. I will reduce it a little more. You can still enable glows from emitter, but for some reason it disappeared. I will return now. I am copying again what we had. Let's copy it. We don't need add velocity, shape location sphere, and lifetime from 0.2 to 0.5. This one will be glows from source, and the other will be glows from source 0.2. Here you need to change the name. I will change the size so that they are symmetrical. You can control how many of them we want to spawn. You can make more of them. You can even increase the lifetime. Maybe shape location 25. Let's increase the power of curl. To fly away now. Do not forget that you can create user parameters. Assign them to each source so that they can be controlled simultaneously. For example, increase the rotation rate. And I can increase, for example, the rotation rate and decrease the period. You can control the speed in general, but I will do everything as it was. That's the way I like it. I will whiten the meaning here for it to fly away. Or change the value. And I will change the time. I will put 50. It is always possible to improve the effect. You can add, for example, velocity to magic circles. Now they fly up. You can make some fly up and others not fly up. There are some that are on the ground. There are some that fly up. We added something similar to this, and also circles that fly up. Added various details to the effect. You can play with the material. These are all test materials. You can experiment with textures and materials. Or with ribbons and emitters setting. Do not forget to add user parameters. It moves with the character. That's all. Thanks for viewing. See you. Greetings! In this video we will talk about the preparation, climax and dispersion in visual effects in the example of the vacuum bomb effect. Chased! Unfortunately, I don't have an example of a vacuum bomb to show you, but let's imagine what a vacuum bomb can do. Imagine it as a sphere, many. Many particles will appear here and over time they will be sucked in. There will be some kind of energy circle. It will pulsate over time and these particles will be absorbed. After that, some time passes and they all explode, fly away in this and that direction. An explosion effect appears, and this will be our such effect. In this case, as I said, we are talking about preparation, climax, and dissipation. Preparation for us is the spawn of particles. There is some identifier that shows that something is happening. Then there is a climax. After this indication, when everything's sucked, we have an explosion. This is our culmination. And after the culmination, we will have dissipation. All the particles will gradually disappear. The illumination will gradually fade. The effect can be divided into layers. The first will be the particles that spawn during preparation. This will be the first layer. The second layer is the backlight, which will pulsate. This will be our preparation. After that comes the climax. This will already be the third emitter. We have particles that will fly out. After that, there will be some highlight that quickly appears. This is the fourth layer. Maybe we will add some circle that will also fly out additional circles. The fifth, sixth layer, it can all be expanded. And always try to look at effects from the point of view that they are multi-layered. They consist of many layers. Divide them into particles. Let's start. Let's create the Niagara system. Let's create it from scratch. Then create and call it. Let's go to the system of particles. There must be some sphere. I will set the spawn rate, a lot of particles, 500. Let's make a location in the sphere. I will increase the radius. I will reduce the particles. I will transfer the effect to the level. They appear in the field. They appear throughout the space of the sphere. I want them to spawn closer to the edges of the sphere. 1, it will be completely on the edges, but you can take a slightly smaller number. See the result. We need them to suck. For that, there is a module called point direction force. We have an addiction here. There is a force with which they will be involved. But why don't they engage? Because there is a radius of attraction here. You need to make the radius of attraction slightly larger than the radius of the sphere. Now they retract, but there is such a feature that they retract and then fly out on the other side. So that this does not happen, this option must be enabled. If particles enter this radius, they die automatically. This radius is in the center, where they are attracted. They are attracted in the center of the simulation. For example, if I increase the radius, let's make this radius 10. Super. I want the force that attracts them to change over time. For this, we need to add a curve. Edit the curve a little. You need to multiply the value by 100, for example. Now they spawn indefinitely because the emitter lives indefinitely. We need them to spawn within, for example, 2 seconds. Once, fix it. To be 2 seconds, and spawn 100 particles per second. Reset. Here the particles are absorbed. And in the center, the particles disappear. Let's call it emitter. They retract. Now they are the same size. It would be really cool if they stretched. The greater their speed. We have a thing called scale sprite by speed. Let's reduce their width. Now they stretch a little. If you reduce the velocity, it will still stretch. It controls the maximum speed. In this case, we don't have such fast ones, so let's put 100. And the only problem is their position. We need to change the alignment so that they are in position relative to the speed. And they were directed correctly. They looked in the direction where they were attracted, so that they have direction. Now it's great. They spawn, and they gradually stretch. Not bad. More can be done. I think 5 is enough. You can also make them stretch in width. Now I want to create a pulsating energy in the center, that I will not play with colors now. I'll leave that for you. Now we look more at moments with animations, with timings, and with an understanding of these three basic things: preparations, climaxes, and dissipation. The preparation of the effect, the first phase, is now underway. Very often effects have these phases. There has to be a build-up, some kind of climax, something happens. Scattering should fade away. We need to prepare for the effect. Something will happen, something will explode. We create a new emitter. It is empty, and there will be something interesting in the center. Once burst, one particle in the center. It exists for 3 seconds. Now we're going to animate it. It would be cool if it pulsated. Now one particle lives for 3 seconds, and how can we give it a pulsation? Very simple. Controlling the size. And let me show you a chip. How to make a pulsating size. We don't take a curve, we just take a uniform. Let's set the initial size. You can use random. For example, 50, 75, 80 in such a range. 80, 100. It will be possible to change later, see how it looks. So that there was some variability, I want him to appear gradually. Let's start with a curve. He spawns. Expands. Spawn, expanding. And it seems to expand very quickly and draw inward. That's what we need. Let's add another key in this space. Another one here. It gradually expands. Here it becomes very large very quickly and falls to 0. And then it disappears. You can watch how it looks now. I will edit the curves a little more. Enlarge here. Quickly and retracts. Not bad. Let me make it happen faster. We will react a little crookedly. It is necessary to increase the lifetime, or reduce it here, for example by 8 seconds. retracts. What else do we need? Now it looks like this. But there is one problem. It does not pulse. And to make it pulsate, we need to randomly change the size very quickly. Add another scale sprite size. We change here to uniform. Here random value. It will multiply from 1 to 2. Now it does this once when a particle is spawned. When a particle spawns, it gets a random value between 1 and 2. For example, 5 and 10. Only when spawning particles. But there is one such interesting thing called every frame. On each update, it will take a random value. And now look, if I put every frame, each frame it takes a value between 1 and 2. It multiplies it. Now it pulsates. We can control it. It now absorbs everything with one force. I want it to absorb all the particles very quickly. What can be done about it? Here you can make another point attraction force. We add one more point attraction force. And see what the point is. This curve in this case depends on the normalized lifetime. We spoke for normalization. This particle lives for 5 seconds. All particles live at the same time as you. I did not set any randomization. If you want, you can put it, see how it will look. And now it is tied to this. But I would like to tie it to the lifetime of the emitter. Emitter lives for 2 seconds. I will change now. Let's take it and create it here. Load from curve. Let's also install radius, don't forget. You can just copy it, but let's do it this way. I don't want it to change for a long time. And then it is here almost at the very end, 0.9. Only in this case it takes from the lifetime of the particles. That's what it will be, not really. Write normalize. Load page. It now takes the normalized lifetime value from the emitter. Now it does not depend on the lifetime of the particles. I will demonstrate now. I will make an example. Empty emitter. I isolate him. To show how it works, burst. I will show the example of scaling, scale size. I will set the size. She lives for 2 seconds. During these 2 seconds, it increases linearly from 0 to 1 with the help of this normalize edge. To make it visible, I will do it like this. And now it depends on the lifetime of the particle. If I set 0.1 second, it will be very fast. But let's imagine that we have a particle that lives for 15 seconds. And it will increase for 15 seconds. But I don't want it to increase for 15 seconds. I want it to depend on the time life of the emitter. Emitter lives for 1 second, loop duration. And I set normalized loopage. Now increases for 1 second. Now it depends on the lifetime of the emitter. 5 seconds passed. The particle increased in size and continues to live. Scale size, normalized loopage, increased in 1 second. Here it restarts, but if you look at the level, This value is scaled to the emitter's lifetime. I will put 25 seconds, if even a particle lives for 1 second. This is how we can change relative to what we want our curve to scale values. If we want it to be independent of anything. Here you can also do mathematics, multiply, and take the lifetime of the emitter. Elapses 0 seconds, 1 second. Its time from here, it gradually goes here. We have values that go beyond, and they go to themselves, you can see on the curve. We are interested in values from 0 to 1. And then they go on endlessly. Half spawn time, second passed. If I want it to happen not in a second, but in half a second, then I will multiply by 2. If I want it to happen even faster, I will multiply more. It happens regardless of anything. Neither the lifetime of the particle nor the lifetime of our emitter. If, on the contrary, I want it to be less, then I start multiplying the fractional values. 0.5, it will be half a second. It scales in half a second. This is how it all happens. If I multiplied, then on the contrary, it happens in 2 seconds, and I said in half. If you multiply the time that was 1 second and multiply by 0.5, then it becomes 2 seconds. On the contrary, it slows down. Now it will be in 4 seconds. Let's look at the gap. If I multiply by 2, it will be the other way around in half a second. I showed this on an example. Curves can be manipulated using emitter or particle lifetimes. Let's turn on this option so that it kills in a radius of 10. And now watch how interesting it all happens. We have a point attraction that draws you in. Let's give 250. I will increase it. He draws into himself. But there are some problems. I want it to not even depend on the lifetime of the emitter. As I showed you, let's go to multiply. From the lifetime of the emitter, he did not depend on anything. We will control it ourselves. I want these particles to spawn longer. Within 2.5 seconds, multiplied by 0.25, it will be a gap of 4 seconds. If h is 1 second from 0 to 1, multiplied by 0.25. What else will I do? This is scale curve. I will bet on a larger number. Let's look at the result. I will try 0.5. It's too fast here. It is necessary to adjust all these values. We will do a little less. Super. Maybe even earlier, 0.34. You can increase the total size. We take 1 second. Now I'll show you the math. We multiply 1 second by 0.35. It's kind of like division. We slow down our time, and this in fact is 2.8 seconds. And now it starts to grow from 0.9. Then 90% of this time passes, 2.8 seconds. Very quickly this value begins to grow. And it grows by 1,000. Point attraction, which affects the lifetime of particles, he already manages independently. To be absorbed quickly, they spawn in the center and are then quickly absorbed. I will reduce the size a little. So this is our first phase, preparation for the effect. Let's move on to the next part. Let's call him Super. I will not specify the colors. It will be your task. I will only make animations now. What do we need when a certain time comes? There is an explosion. These particles explode. Let's copy what we have. We don't need all this. We need burst so that they spawn immediately. Not gradually, not over time. We'll immediately spawn 300 particles. We have once, fixed, loop duration, it doesn't matter how long because they spawn immediately. We need to set a delay of 4 seconds before spawn. See on the graph, this is it. And this emitter happens. We leave the scale sprite size. Leave velocity. It is necessary to set the initial speed. We set from a point so that they fly away in a circle. We set some large values. See the result, how they fly away. But I want them to take off quickly and stop. For this you need to add drag. With random values from 5 to 7. Let's look at the result. It is necessary to reduce the velocity. See the result, you can edit all this, for example, so that they do not stretch so much. Perfectly. I want to add curl noise, so that they scatter in different directions after exploding. That's how they fly away. But there is a problem. They disappear quickly. We need to edit it so that they gradually disappear. We will manage their size. And contrary, it does almost at the end. 90% of life has gone. Oh, on the not change, it should have been. It remains as it is, and it gradually falls to zero. Scale to zero. They live and gradually fade away. Now they live a long time. Let's edit 2 to 3 seconds. This will be enough. We call them we have an explosion after 4 seconds. Some additional element should be added. I create based on this, delete what we don't need. We don't need velocity, we don't need scale sprite size. Let's spawn one particle. We don't need curl noise, we don't need drag. We will return velocity according to the standard. Spawn a single particle that will scale sprite size. It will scale quickly. It will be alive for 3 seconds. We will put a uniform, quite large. Let's take some other material. Only we will not create it, we will take from what we already have. Instance. Let's go in and take low hour. Here she is soft. Let's take her here. It remains as is. We call it burst explosion. Let me pause. You can look at our timeline. Edit size, they fly over a large area. The size itself is quite small. Sucks! Boom! Let's correct the curve a little. It will spawn even faster. Gradually with the same size, it will remain. And will live for 2 seconds. 3 seconds, and reduce the size. And will gradually fade. There are 2 of them here. One rules at the beginning and the other rules at the end. Spawn. And an explosion occurs. Let's turn it so that it disappears at the end. At the end I will add so that the color gradually fades. I will add a curve. Passes 60% of the time. It explodes and gradually subsides and disappears. Let's add an extra element burst. There will be a ring. I saw in the materials there is a wonderful ready-made material, such a ring, from past effects. Let's reduce its size. Let's call him we leave it as it is. It will be an additional element. But I want to edit the original color. Direct alpha. Maybe this is how to do it. I do it like this very often. As is more convenient for someone. Let's start with less. And look at our result. I want this one gone, but this one stays. It is absorbed, we are preparing an explosion. And we have the climax. And dissipation as they gradually disappear. I also want to add, I duplicate these rings. I will reduce its color, and I want to spawn several of them, from 3 to 5, and their size was larger. Add randomization. I want the color to disappear immediately. I'm still editing this curve. Let's look at the result. We have a delay of 4 seconds. TSI isolate so that it is better visible. I will restore transparency. To see what it looks like, you need to change the lifetime so that they spawn very quickly. Something I can't see them. This spawn, I don't see others. Maybe the size is too big. I understood what the problem was. There are problems when copying ME. You have to turn it on, turn it off. Turn off some moles and turn them back. It is possible to replace it back. Now everything is working. Let's continue. So here they spawn. Reduce the initial color. There is an explosion. I will make everything seen. See the result. Let's see here. There is an explosion. Let's increase the size. I will put 25. What else can you add? You can also add vertex force. And they are still spinning. I want to increase the parameter here and reduce the velocity. I will supply a sprite render to make them more visible. Now let's play a little with colors. Here is this highlight. Let's take this glove aura and change the color mode to black. But there is one problem. We set it to black and nothing is visible, because by default this glove aura has an additive parameter. There is no black color in the deities, it is only light. If I change it to translucent, then everything will be great. But I don't want this stuff, I can copy make another one. Let's just take this glove 02 as a base. Let's take it, replace it. Looks great, I turn it off, and now let's see how it looks together. Boom. There is an explosion. This center absorb, it goes up a lot, and I'm going to change it a little bit. You can also add, for example, all the space between this. We have an effect. First, there is preparation for the effect. We understand that something is going to happen now. All this energy is absorbed, nothing happens, and then there is a climax, an explosion. The culmination has occurred, and dispersion is gradually happening. All particles are scattered. We have three main phases. You can, for example, add an interesting thing before the very beginning. I will take center absorb as a base, copy it, it will also be one particle that spawns. Let it be so, but we do not need these pulsations. I will call him. Random non-uniform. Hunter hunt. 13th fee. I will move the loop delay a little, so that he spawns right here, right before the explosion. Spawn one particle. Let's look at its size. What does she look like? I will change a little 90, 100. I will set the following parameters. Also here I want to control scale, sprite size. I want to control X and Y separately. Initially X increases, it increases to 1 very quickly. Spawn particle. Here it lives and it begins to fade quickly. I still want to change lifetime because now it lives very long. For example, 0.2 seconds. Now Y, it also spawns here and will gradually fade away. Let's add a little smoothness. Break. to edit them separately. Great, X will do the same. Break, break, auto. And now let's see how it happens. Spawn effect. There is something in the center, but the size needs to be increased. Something it is very broad. Let's see how it looks at the level. We added an extra element before the explosion. Super, you can still edit, change the curve. You can add different things. You can also add something inside, for example. I accidentally changed the name. You can take other ready-made material. Here it's middle, reduce the original size. Four seconds here. Again, probably a problem with burst. The initial color must be changed. You need to put more sprite render. If you put 0, then it will not be visible. Here it is also 0. In order to see it, you need to change it to 1 here. We added some additional interesting element. I want the particle to still spin. The module is called rotation rate. Here, we can set the value of how many degrees of rotation it makes per second. There will be such an interesting result. If I set any large values, there will be very large rotations. I will ask 2030. If you set negative values, it will spin in the other direction. Please add user parameters for these emitters in your homework. This effect at home. To change some text, because I took the basic ones. So we understood how animation works. What is preparation, climax, and dissipation in effect? You can make this thing disappear faster. But it will not be a ring, but a flare. I will call this emitter again. And that's it. You can, for example, add such a thing to the absorb center itself, give another one, the absorb center 0, 2, some additional element, replace the material. Here, let's take it like this, where we have the materials there. Just so you understand, you can play with all this. An instance, I just take an instance very quickly. We will have an absorb flare on people. And we go to textures, we go to the folder with textures. We have such textures, we have such interesting different textures. And let's replace it. So, and assign it to, respectively to this thing. And here we see that here we have a pulsating thing. Now, yes, only I would still like to edit it so that it is brighter, so that there are no dark colors. Well, for that. And look, I want to add something interesting. This is rotation, so that it spins. Rotation. Sprite. Rotation rate, which is very large, maybe random, but very large. 1,000 and a half thousand, so that it is like that. Look, let it spin now. Here, this is the same as this, only I would increase something additionally. 100, 100, 20, no. 52, 100. Now look. This and that were compensated. It is possible. In general, turn it off to see bas. Or it will decrease. For example, 30, that is you can turn it off with all this, add different textures just by copying here. Color. Look, play with colors. That's all. Thanks for watching. See you in the next videos. Bye bye.